Not to jinx it, but we're not having issues so far. So, okay, cool, awesome. Hi. Hello. So, following yesterday's, kerfuffle, I haven't fixed the issue. I know what it is, though. I think I figured out what it is. I'll hopefully be able to do something about that tomorrow. Smile. Cute, thank you. Yeah, so what I realized when I looked at it again with a much cooler head. So my PC is connected on Ethernet, right? As a sensible streamer should be. Please don't. BDS bug, hello? Question mark? BDS Pog? Hello? Okay, I don't know what's up with that. Unless it got drowned out. Because I've got the background music for Paranormasight blasting in my ears again. Let me check that. What is going on? Hello? It should be on. You can see the mouth.
Ah.
See? Huh. You currently working on your own lore video, Lily? Ah! I can't wait to see it. That's so exciting. Good luck. Let's see. It's connected. I don't know what. That's very odd. Question mark? Hi. I don't know what's going on with that. BDS Pog, hello? Let me disconnect it and reconnect it, actually. Because earlier Twitch did update the channel point, so I wonder if something in the API has broken a bit. Hello? BDS Bog? Question mark? Very strange. Very odd. Taking me ages for your inspiration. I love everything you do. I could post a teaser if you want to see it. Ooh, please do. Please tag me in it. I'd love to see it. Huh. Okay, hold on. You gotta force the goat to speak. It will speak when it likes. I think Twitch might have broken its API a bit. So basically, that's not right. That's not the right thing. Hold on. Let's get this sorted out before we start anything else, huh? Right, let's see. It's connected there. Okay, right. Says no. Twitch does apparently say no. Let me test real quick. Yes. So Twitch updated the points system because now you can basically do channel redeems with points or with bits. God, this I can't fucking see. Open up more. Let me see. Will this work now? Test. I don't know. Do something.
Test.
Okay, it's fixed. There we go. I think it just needed a reset real quick. Don't know what that was about. But yeah, they've added bit redeems now, which is very cool, but I think it's also broken things.
Viva la Caprilucian. Again.
There we go. Okay, let me put that to Trey. Do that right now with you in the background. Ooh, great. But yeah, how we doing? What I was saying was, I figured out what the issue was. So I'm connected to Ethernet. The Ethernet cable is connected to a network extender, right? Okay. My parents didn't connect the network extender to the Ethernet. It's wireless. My room is a Wi-Fi black spot, guys. Absolute genius. So yeah, I've ordered a very, very, very long Ethernet cable, and tomorrow I am going to go and wire it. And hopefully that should prevent any future drops, because what I suspect is happening is a natural Wi-Fi drop, as anything wireless has, that is then fucking up my connection on occasion. That's my suspicion. Love the dragon. It's a goat. But sure, I'm sure the Capri dads love being called dragons. Actually, it's probably very good for their egos. But yeah, other thing I was gonna show was the art from the thumbnail that I did a couple of weeks ago. Let me get that up on vertical. There we go. Yippee! I was looking so forward to doing this, to be able to use it and show it fully. Tag me. I will check it later. Good. He's very cute. They're very cute. I can get more up as well. I can have up to 3 of them. But yeah, I did this a couple of weeks ago because I was like, I want to try drawing in the Paranormasights art style so bad. So I did it. It was very interesting, actually. I haven't done a style study in a while. It's been like a hot minute. But like, I'm gonna post it on socials later as well. Well, like, did I do a good job? I tried so hard. I tried so hard. It's a surprisingly sketchy style, actually. I didn't realize how sketchy it was, actually. Like, I don't know, it looked so good, and then I was looking at it while studying, I was like, huh. This is like all really rough lines. Wow, they're just thick lines. But yeah, anyway. Moving on, should we actually start? Because I don't want to take my network working for granted right now. After yesterday. The goat feet are good. Thank you. They were originally in a different position, and then I was like, I don't like it. Move them. Good day and night. Thank you. You too. Also, look at this. I know the chat is on the way, but look at this title screen. Isn't it so beautiful? It's so pretty. Like, the original title screen was really nice for, like, the first game, but, like, it was very simple. This is fucking gorgeous, dude. I've been staring at this like, holy fuck. They cooked. They cooked so hard. And I'm so excited to play it. I've been waiting weeks. Also, like, putting that little, like, portal thing in between the- oh, ooh. Amazing. Oh. You're in a tunnel now. My apologies for the wait. Welcome, welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the storyteller, your guide to the world of Paranormasight. Now then, I understand you might be keen to dive into our story. But there are some important matters I must address first, so please bear with me a while longer. Also, I played the original game on the Switch. I didn't realize they go bulk to the sea transition. Yeah! Captain just gets too excited.
Please move the camera so we stop hurting ourselves.
Stop running into it then! Yeah, I played the original game on the Switch, and I got this one on Steam. Because I was like, I don't know how much of a difference it makes. So that's gonna be interesting, I think. First, this game uses autosave.
We're trying.
I don't think you are. The game will automatically save at regular intervals, so you may stop playing at any time. When you wish to access these saves, or memories, if you will, you may call them forth from the load screen. Next, please look at the upper right of the screen. This is the menu button. You go, have a good day/night and love you. Bye. Bye! Thank you for popping by. From here, you can check the text log, view files, and adjust your settings for auto mode. You can also adjust the volume and other game settings in the options menu. If you find that certain effects make the text difficult to read, you may turn them off. I recommend you check the brightness, controls, and other settings now before continuing. I did actually have a look. Well, I didn't look in this specific menu. I mean, the menu's mostly the same. I think everything is fine, pretty much. I mean, maybe I should lower that. My screen is clearly too bright in general. But, I did notice we don't have a voice volume. So they're not gonna do that again. Not that I was expecting them to. Chromatic aberration. I think it's fine. I don't like chromatic aberration. Well, I like chromatic aberration as a fact. I don't like it when there's motion, but this is a visual novel, so I think it's fine. It's only an issue if it like really it's like really heavy, but it's like fine enough where I can read it, so I'm not too bothered by that. Underwater gathering control settings. What the fuck? Sorry, do we have like actual gameplay now? Well, gameplay aside from like the visual novel stuff. Oh, okay. Okay, so usability is cute here. Interesting. Fascinating. I suppose maybe it's just like a point and click section. Yes. Okay, thank you. Cool. Cheers. God, they're so good. Hell yeah, page up and page down. Now, let's go over the basic controls. When the game is in your control, you may drag the screen to look at your surroundings. You'll once again become able to move after this, so try taking a look behind you before turning back to me. No, stop. Fine, okay, look, right. I will say that feels a bit less effective. Wonderful, well done. You may also select the face of an individual in front of you to talk to them. Please, go ahead and try with me. Yeah. Bravo, a fine display. There are times when you will be presented with options such as these. What is this place? Who am I? Do not fear, you will come to know where we are eventually. Once you've seen everything an option has to offer, a check mark will appear next to it like so. Who am I? Ah! Actually a very valid question, considering the last one. That was actually a very important question, wasn't it? Oh no, I just saw a drop frame. Uh-oh. Oh, so you've forgotten who you are, have you? There's no need for concern. It is for that reason that I'm here to guide you, after all. You may be confused at first, but continuing through the story should allow you to remember your true objective. That is all for my explanation of the basic controls. I will explain other essential functions when the time is right. Ah, yes. There is one more thing I wish to confirm before we continue. Anyone else getting buffering? Yeah, the network just dropped again. As you may know, I previously served as guide to a different tale in the world of Paranormasight, one concerning the 7 mysteries of Honjo. You wouldn't happen to be familiar with the events of that tale, would you? I am. I see. So you are familiar with what transpired during the incident in Honjo. In that case, there's nothing I need to warn you about. Well, I believe I've kept you waiting long enough. The tale you are about to experience concerns a number of legends passed down in Ise Bay, or Ise Bay, even. Oh no, fucking- I'm watching the network and it's just getting worse. Please, please, you were behaving for 20 minutes! A stretch of sea bordering Mie Prefecture. Specifically, those legends involving mermaids. Yes, as the subtitle suggests, our subject this time is the widely familiar mermaid. Since ancient times, a great many legends about mermaids have been passed down in countries all around the world. In Japan, many of the legends famously include the idea that eating their flesh grants immortality. The tale of Yabikuni, which continues to be told in such places as Wakasa Province, modern-day Fukui Prefecture, is perhaps the most well-known. These legends have spurred those with the yearning for immortality to seek out mermaids since ancient times. Merfolk, yeah. And all their gory details. I think... What a horrifying merfolk. I think it's stopped. I think the drop is stopped for now. For now, I say. Of course, as I just mentioned, these are only some of many legends concerning mermaids that exist across the globe. Indeed, many have sought out mermaids simply due to fascination with their status as rare and mystical beings. They have also served as the inspiration for countless creative and artistic works throughout the ages. It would seem that mermaids possess a mysterious charm that has captivated the human heart for myriad reasons, irrespective of era or culture. Mie Prefecture. Mie Prefecture is located in the eastern part of the Kii Peninsula in central Honshu, the Japanese mainland, and falls within both the Chubu and Kinki regions. Measuring 170 kilometers from north to south and 80 kilometers from east to west, it has a narrow, elongated shape and is known for its rich natural diversity that differs greatly between its northern and southern regions. The varied and abundant nature of Mie Prefecture has led it to be known as the land of great beauty since ancient times, even back when it was still known as Ise Province. It was also purported to be the land where they repair the waves from the eternal world, which led to the establishment of Ise Shrine as a place of enshrinement for the goddess Amaterasu. The eternal world is said to be a realm across the sea separate from the one in which we live, often described as an eternal paradise. Ise was seen as the land where the waves from this world continually broke, connecting the material world and the world beyond. Famous spots and scenic vistas in Mie Prefecture include Ise Shrine, Iseji Route of the Kumano Kodo, a series of ancient pilgrimage routes, birthplace of the Iga Ninja clan. Oh, that's interesting. Birthplace of the Isehei clan. Suzuki International Racing Course. Toba Aquarium, Iseshima National Park, and many more. Local specialties of Mie Prefecture include pearls, Ise lobsters, abalone, turban shells, oysters, and other marine products. Ise udon, Matsusaka beef, and many more. Wow! Also known by the name the Sea of Ise, Ise Bay is an enclosed bay located in central Honshu, the Japanese mainland. Although its exact range varies, in this game it refers to the area of sea surrounded by land up the line drawn from Cape Irago in Aichi Prefecture to Cape Daio in Mie Prefecture. Cape? I don't know. Japanese pronunciation kicked in there. A flyover mermaid, also known as Kairai, woodblock print from a Kawaraban broadsheet. Adrenaline shown for a half-human, half-fish being. The first recorded appearance in Japan of a creature believed to be a mermaid was more than 1300 years ago in the Nihon Shoki, Chronicles of Japan. At the time, the term mermaid was not yet in use. Most records are anecdotal reports of sightings of creatures resembling both fish and humans in various places. In ancient Japan, as well as in parts of East Asia, depictions of mermaids often blurred the line between human and fish, frequently portraying them as grotesque monsters. Am I a furry? I work with furries. I've done art for furries. I don't really do much furry art for myself. The Middle Ages saw the spread of the legend of Yabikuni throughout Japan, which claimed that eating mermaid flesh could grant eternal youth and longevity. In the early modern period, the image of mermaids diversified, attracting wider public interest. Mermaid mummies were exhibited in sideshows, and illustrations and literature featuring mermaids became more common. It was also during this time that the depiction of mermaids as having the upper body of a human woman and the lower body of a fish became more widely recognized. Although details vary from country to country, the most common depiction of mermaids in the West likely stems from the science. What, you want to be a mermaid? You want a fishtail? Although details vary from country to country, the most common depiction of mermaids in the West likely stems from the sirens of Greek mythology. Sea monsters that over time came to be represented as the familiar half-fish, half-human figures. These mermaids were thought to be more akin to spirits or fairies in nature, enchanting those who encountered them with their beautiful feminine appearance and singing voices, and then drowning them. Many records of mermaid sightings by sailors during the Age of Discovery have been preserved, and some theories
I wanna
suggest
be
that...
horrifying monster.
Oh, I see. I don't know if I can help with that. I think you have the power to do that, though. Many records of mermaid sightings by sailors during the Age of Discovery have been preserved, and some theories suggest that mermaid sightings and their associated legends may in fact have originated from a sea mammal called a dugong. Pretty. It's cool that they use like actual art for these, actually. Yes, the files added just now should provide a general overview of the terms that came up in our conversation. It seems you've already taken a look, but I do recommend reading them if you have the chance. They may allow you to enjoy the story even more. Yes, I do plan to. Thank you. Words highlighted in pale blue usually indicate that there is a related entry in your files. Now then, allow me to introduce the primary setting of this tale. Sorry, let me clear my voice. Oh god, where'd it go? Okay. I think we're good. The majority of our story takes place on Kamishima, an isolated island in the waters of Ise Bay. Kamishima, an island situated between the Asami and Shima peninsulas and the most distant of the 4 populated islands under the administration of Toba City in Mie Prefecture. It has an area of approximately 0.7 square kilometers and a population of about 900. The island's name comes from the turtle-like shape, with kame meaning turtle in Japanese. Famous for its karst landscapes and other beautiful scenery, Kamishima is a popular location for tourists year-round. Recently, the island's youth organization has been leading a revitalization effort to boost the local economy and strengthen the community, creating an island logo and a mascot character, Kameshimaru, which are expected to bring more people to the area. Interesting. You will experience events through the eyes of a young resident of the island. One Yuza Minakuchi. If nothing else, please remember that. Okay. I believe you. Okay. Okay. Mizakuchi? Yuza Minakuchi. I think he said. Right? Yuza Minakuchi. Okay. Well, I believe this ends my initial explanation. Bon voyage, and do enjoy the tale. And into the depths we go. This story is a work of fiction based on existing locations and legends. Please note that one of the locations that appears in this game, Kamishima, is a fictional island with no counterpart in reality. Thank you, Rod Sterling. Trying to watch you and do my lore, but my phone keeps killing itself, so I'm putting my lore down to watch you. Okay. Did you come to me, or did I go to you? I cannot recall whether it was a dream or reality. I cannot recall if I was asleep or awake. Tales of Issei, Passage 69, Kari no Tsukai. August 7th, 1980-something. Morning, Toba City, Mie Prefecture, Kamishima, Southern Sea. Right, this should do it. All good to go, Yuza? Yep, ready as ready can be. I feel so light, I bet I could even outswim a shark. No, more than that. I was born for this moment. The legend of Kamishima's patron saint of diving begins today. That's fun. Kamishima youth, Yuza Minakuchi. Sex male, apprentice ama diver, age 18 years old. A young man born and raised on Kamishima, although generally quiet and serious. He has an eccentric side that often sees him make jokes and wisecracks with a straight face, catching whoever he's talking to off guard. You sound more like sirens than mermaids in my lore. Spoiler, I missed by a siren. Fictional whilst also partner with tourist agencies, yeah. Well, it's just the specific island that they're, like, putting us on. But everything else is based on, like, the real area, right? He has an eccentric side that often sees him make jokes and wisecracks with a straight face, catching whoever he's talking to off guard. Losing his parents in a large-scale maritime accident 5 years ago. That sounds important. He was raised by his grandmother, veteran ama diver Tsuyu Minakuchi. He briefly found work at a seafood processing plant in Toba after graduating high school earlier in the year, but upon hearing that Tsuyu had injured her leg, forcing her to retire from diving and causing difficulties in her daily life, he quit his job after only 3 months and returned to Kamishima. At present, he is caring for Tsuyu while looking for work on Kamishima. He has recently made the decision to follow in Tsuyu's footsteps and become an ama driver himself. Although he has been unable to bring himself to enter the sea since the disaster 5 years ago, he is hoping that his previous aptitude for swimming will lend itself to a natural talent for ama diving. His current diver rank is 1. Quite an introverted as a child, he began to show a more animated side upon befriending Azami Kamoi, a boy his same age, and eventually became a common sight to see them getting up to mischief together. Although the maritime disaster 5 years ago saw a drastic shift in the way most of Kamishima's inhabitants treated Yuza, Azami alone continued to treat him the same. What the fuck did he do? What did he do? I think they just slightly changed the name from Kamishima to Kameshima. Possibly. Even now it is not uncommon for Azami to find himself caught up in Yuza's eccentric exploits, but he's always quick to laugh and follow his lead. Oh, we're having another drop. Okay. A storyteller. Oh, that sounds pretty impressive. But this is your first time diving out in the bay, so don't push yourself too hard, alright? Yeah, I know it's my first time, but somehow I'm just brimming with confidence. I just know I can land a massive haul if I try. Well, I'm glad to see you're raring to go, but make sure you don't go too far from the boat at first. Best friend Azami Kamoi. A young man born and raised on Kamishima, he has been friends with Yuza Minakuchi since childhood. He's a friendly and caring personality, and his willingness to help those around him has made him someone islanders of all ages rely on in times of need. His father was a fisherman, and he accompanied him out to sea on his boat from a very young age. As a result, he grew up never doubting that he too would one day become a fisherman. After his father died in the maritime disaster 5 years ago, his mother, an ama driver, took on the responsibility of raising Azami and his much younger brother on her own. During the closed season for diving, when his mother worked on the mainland, Azami was responsible for looking after his brother. After graduating middle school, he refused his mother's suggestion to attend high school and quickly obtained a 4th-class boat pilot license while helping with fishing around the island. He is now able to take his father's small fishing boat, the Sayo Maru, out on fishing trips on his own. He has a frank, easygoing relationship with Yuza, his childhood friend, and the two often get up to mischief together. Although he was happy for Yuza when he left to attend high school on the mainland and later found a job there, he also felt somewhat lonely. For this reason, he secretly welcomed the news that Yuza would be leaving his job and returning to Kamishima to take care of his grandmother. Is that a 3D boat in my visual novel? No need to worry, Azami. You just focus on getting the grill ready. We're having a feast tonight. Ha! I'll hold you to that. The diving minigame will now commence. Follow the instructions to get used to the controls and press dive when you're ready. Oh boy, okay. Oh Jesus. Okay, sure, let's go. Let's do it. Oh. Begin. Only 2 controls are needed. Move mouse, look around, left click to perform action. The available action will automatically switch between swim, harvest, and return to boat depending on the situation. Areas where sea creatures are located will be marked with an exclamation point. Begin by looking around to try and locate any potential catches. Oh, okay. That's simple. Gimme. Your oxygen gauge will decrease when diving. Be sure to go back to the boat before it runs out. You could return to the boat at any time, but turning your viewpoint upwards and selecting return to boat. Your remaining oxygen will continue to decrease on the way back, so don't wait until it's too late. We're playing Dredge now. Dive failed. 99 hours only the diving minigame. Okay. Gameplay in my visual novel? I probably shouldn't sit around. Sea urchin. Go. Fuck. Okay, we did not have a lot of oxygen, huh? Like, we really do not have a lot of oxygen, man. Holy fuck. Up. Ah. Gathering complete. Barely. God, please give me more oxygen. Holy fuck. Please. Oh my god. We do not have a lot. That covers the basics for underwater gathering. You played the tutorial? No. I think I'm good. I get it. Okay, looks like you're all warmed up. Let's go out a bit further so you can look for something bigger. The biggest catch you can get this time of year is probably abalone. Snagging just one is something to be proud of. But remember that sea creatures are living things. They'll change places every time you dive, so be careful. Yeah, okay, that's just that. The term ama, most often written with characters meaning sea and woman, generally refers to women who free dive for shellfish, seaweed, and other marine products. It's said that they practice free diving both to prevent overharvesting and to help protect the maritime environment. Although ama divers operate in many regions in Japan, the Toba and Shima regions are known for having the highest number of ama divers. These regions also exhibit customs unique to the area, such as the practice of carrying objects with the seiman and doman symbols to ward off misfortune. Yeah, okay. Even within Toba and Shima, rules and practices can vary greatly. For example, the practice of wearing white attire over the wetsuit is a common practice only in the Shima region. Despite the high population of ama divers in Ise Bay, there are none to be found north of Ise City. This can be explained by the difference in the seafloor composition between the two areas. While sandy seafloor near Ise allowed for net fishing, the rocky seafloor in the Toba and Shima areas made net fishing difficult, leading to the adoption of free diving as an alternative. Abalone harvested by ama divers in Kozaki Town in Toba has traditionally been processed into ceremonial dried goods known as noshi-owabi, which are then presented as an offering at Ise Shrine. This practice is said to have originated when Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the princess who enshrined Amaterasu in Ise Shrine, was searching for a suitable food to offer to the gods. When presented with abalones by an ama diver named Oben, the princess found them exceptionally delicious and decided that abalone would be the primary offering for the region. As a result, the ama divers of Toba and Shima have a strong connection to the region's Shinto rituals, and there are some regions where they perform the ritual dances as offerings during Shinto festivities. No, although ama is sometimes written with the characters meaning sea and man when the diver is male, this game uses only the traditional characters of sea and woman when the language is set to Japanese. Oh, that's an interesting little tidbit. Not that it matters for me much, but sure. Diving tips. Perfect harvest. When using the harvest action, a perfect harvest may occasionally occur, instantly depleting your target's resistance gauge with a single action. The higher your diver rank, the more likely you are to achieve a perfect harvest. Earn stars in your gathering log. Information on your catches will be recorded in your gathering log. Each catch has individual variations, and the lowest and highest amounts of points you've achieved for each catch will also be recorded. Once you record the highest and lowest limits possible for that catch, a star mark will be added next to those point values. Oh my god, okay. So ama does not mean amateur, got it. No. I think that's why we don't have very much oxygen. I think. It seems like if we're free diving, we probably don't have oxygen tanks, do we? It's not like you have to master everything all at once. We can take off whenever you're ready. More diving, please. Oh. Oh, hi! Hey, man! would it? Wait, no, I'm curious. What is that? What is this? Hole. Oh! Well. What the hell is that? No, get away from me. Ah! And they knew. They knew I'd want to immediately look at that. Written by Takanari Ishiyama. Character artist Gen Kobayashi. Music by Hidonori Iwasaki. Producer Kazuma Oshii. Pleasant opening, indeed. Oh. Deep sea apparition encounter. Okay. Right, well. Curiosity stated. Gotcha. Don't go for the big spooky hole. Up. Go. 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 What are you up to Subnautica? This is the game ended. We got a bad end, certainly, but I think it was kind of intended that the player would probably be curious enough to go for that. Sea creatures. Return to the boat faster. That's pretty good. Gathering. Love gathering a bit. I can keep going? How long can it go? It's actually kind of fun. I want it. Up. Please. Ooh, barely. Hell yeah. Gimme. I got the abalone. Okay. Swimming's probably good. Get everything up a little. I get 2 level ups for me? Well, let's have everything at level 2 then. Am I allowed to just keep going with this? Can I just keep diving? Can I, like, max everything out immediately? Return to boat. Get me up. Ah, it's gonna be harder to level up now, though. I want to keep going. I want to keep diving. It's fish. Can I just yoink a fish? No. Okay. I see you. I will just commit. Well, diving is supposed to be a chill activity, bros 2 seconds away from dying every time. Yeah, seriously. Captain okay, it's a bit quieter than last stream. Are we all okay? I think it's just everyone's being a bit quieter. I think last time people were a bit excited. Let me under longer. I'm just gonna do this for a little while. It's kind of fun. Just get such short snippets. Okay. Wow, it sure doesn't look like the abalone's in a different spot every time. Let's just go back up. Head rub captain. Trolling's not as loud this time, yeah. Should chat not showing up? Ah! It would be odd if it's not. It sure should be. Huh. I guess it isn't. Wait, that's really weird. Huh? That is very odd. It's connected. So I don't know why it's not showing. Hold on. Let me log out and log back in. That's very odd. There we go. Okay, I don't know what... A lot of things broke yesterday, so... It was connected. I think I just needed to... Yeah, there we go. I don't know what's up with that. That's very odd. I guess the Twitch connection was just a bit more broken than the other connections were. Okay, let me... one more dive. And for once it isn't even true. Oh shit! They got this shit again. Huh, you can actually go quite far. Ah, fuck. That's... Ugh. There's never just one more dive. It's never just one more. Yeah, no, yesterday, quite literally everything broke. Like, I'm not joking. Everything broke. Hey, looks like you've got something interesting there, Yuza. Huh? Never thought there'd be a mockingbird stickers out here in Issei Bay. At the bottom of the sea to boot. Mockingbird? You mean this bird sticker? I didn't think it was pretty weird to find a sticker in a place like that, so I decided to hang on to it. They're real famous. An unknown artist makes them and hides them all over the place. Might as well pick up any you come across. Maybe they'll bring you good luck. I see. Damn, I'm good. Maybe I should add treasure hunting to my list of talents. Mockingbird number 12. Wowee. Glad I went to gather that. One more. It was really so stream it broke canon. Yeah. It happens. It was just, something in like... So, when it was bugging out yesterday, I went to restart my computer and Windows forced an update. Okay, whatever. And then it broke everything. For about an hour. So, we're a little, I thought everything was back to normal, but I guess it wasn't. Or I guess something between got, I don't know, wigged out. Okay. Gather faster. Gather more. What happens if I just max everything out before I do anything else? Keep going. Keep diving. Twitch, are you awake? I think so. Also, again, Twitch. Oh, I didn't mean to go back yet. Oh well. But Twitch is awake. Or I guess not, according to Grillson. I didn't actually mean to go up again, but oh well. Sure. I want to grab the fish. I don't think it's gonna let me grab the fish. Sag. Checking because it was a hot minute. Yeah, sometimes it's just quiet. Okay, up, 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 go! Never wake. I'm actually asleep right now. Oh, come on. Give that level up. Just one more level up. Okay? Just one more level up. Ah, my rope. Ow. Damn it. I'm not actually sleeping. I have too much lore to do. I'm nowhere near halfway done. Oh, good luck, Lily. That might be good. I mean, swimming further might be better. Okay, wait. I kind of want to get everything up to level 3, and then I'll move on. I'll move on to the actual visual novel, okay? I promise. I'm not gonna lie, this should probably just, like... This is kind of really fun, actually. I am enjoying this. Wow, there's so much. Whatever. Up. Look how many I'm gathering now. Ho ho ho. In a single dive? Wow. Why is everything so far away? Get closer. No, don't paddle more. Wait. There's so much. I'm learning. I'm getting better. I am providing a feast for my friend. Can I just agree I'm dedicated enough to stay up into over an hour of lore? You can do it! I believe in you! I was chipping away at mine for maybe a month or so. Well, I say a month. It was like I did the storyboard and then I didn't have time for a little while, and then the actual animation part I got done in like a couple of weeks. Ooh, right here. Awesome. Swim, swim, swim. Okay, I don't feel like I needed that. Return to boat! I can't and I shouldn't because I'm my last day of college tomorrow, so I need sleep. Well, after college is finished, then you have time. You know? So you probably should sleep. As someone who is a chronic non-sleeper. I'm a chronic insomniac, I think. You should probably sleep. It is, in fact, good for you. But yes. I can make it. It's fine. I can do it. Logically speaking, what's more important? Lore, you know, as it is, or college, something I can study for at any time. You have one if it's your last day of college tomorrow. I'm sure you can wait. Sleep is important, indeed. Okay, I think I'm happy with level 3 for everything. I'm looking here. Mockingbirds. These popular bird mascot stickers seem to pop up everywhere. Nobody knows who the artist is behind these quirky rough and tumble birds or really where they'll show up next, but they quickly became popular for their bizarre yet oddly cute designs. Be in the right place at the right time in Issei and the surrounding areas and you might just be able to find all 20 of them. Reach a total of 5 and 20 stickers collected to unlock fun bonus content in these milestones. Oh. So I actually get something this time, except for just like, aside from the satisfaction and the extra little dialogue. Ooh. So there's one thing I haven't gotten yet. At all. But we'll stop for now. No joke that I'll sleep in 2 minutes. Good. Get your sleep. Right, let's leave it at that for today. Good luck out there, Yuza. You managed to get a fair bit of diving in, huh? I bet you feel like you've got a better grasp on things now. For sure, I feel like my diving rank's gone up at least a bit, too. So, do you feel any different now? Did your whole body undergo any weird changes? Nope, I feel exactly the same. Nothing's changed. I'm the same old Yuza I've always been. I guess we were a bit off the mark, huh? So what do you want to do now? Should we call it a day? Talk about the whole... Azami... Before we head back, could we talk for a bit? Because Nav's told me to and I want them to be happy. Can't pretend I roll. Yes, please. Before we head back, could we talk for a bit? Sure, what's up? Once again, they love doing that pout, kind of kissy face. They really love doing that expression. It's so funny. Hole, hole, hole! This hole, it was made for me! To investigate! Kamishima is located in the waters near the entrance to Issei Bay. As such, there are strict regulations on both the times and places salmon diving is allowed. The sun. Stare into the sun. The island on the horizon is Kamishima, where I was born and raised. Cloud. Hey, Cloud. This is pretty. The boat. This fishing boat, the Cyan Matter, belongs to Azami's family. I don't have a boat of my own, so Azami was kind enough to bring it out for me. My eyes! It used to belong to his dad, so it's getting on in years, but he takes good care of it. It seems he's hoping to keep using it for years to come. It's been 2 minutes. Good night, Lily. This is Azami
The sun looks very pretty. You should look directly at it more often.
I wonder how many suns I've looked directly at this point in my existence. This is Azami Kamui, my best friend. I've known him since we were both kids growing up on Kamishima. When I told him I wanted to become an AMA diver, he was quick to offer his full support. So, when I was diving just now... A hole! A giant hole in the seabed you'd never heard of before? Yeah, the rocks around it looked like they'd only recently collapsed. Night now, so now the Capridon talks. Yeah, to tell me to look directly into the sun. So I think it probably opened up within the last few months or so. Yeah, now that you mention it. There was a pretty big earthquake around here about 3 months ago. Maybe that had something to do with it. Oh, that's right. That would have been before I got back. Anyway, if you saw a giant hole in the seabed, you'd be curious about it, right? I sure would. Curious enough to try to take a look inside? It'd be pretty dangerous, but I guess I might, yeah. Right, so I went closer to try and get a better look. Did you see anything? Well, when I looked down the hole, a ghost or something that looked just like me suddenly rose up from the depths. A ghost that looked like you. It swam towards me with his hand outstretched. It looked like it was trying to hand something to me, or maybe it was trying to tell me something. Just said those captains going to nap in the corner and we'll awake to do more lore! Best of luck, Lily. Sleep well. Man. What did you do then? Did you take his hand? No, I screamed and died. A siren! Wee woo! I don't know. I don't think this one's a siren. I think this is a imaginary dead self corpse in a hole. I did. I felt like I couldn't resist somehow. I guess even the patron saint of diving does foolish things sometimes. The only thing I was a patron of was carelessness and a lack of proper vigilance. It sounds like there wasn't much you could do about it, though. Hey, Isa. That thing you ran into. Do you think it could have been on Tomokazuki? Night-night. Night-night, Lily. Tomokazuki. Tomokazuki. This stream I'll comment on the divide. Okay. I'm gonna take a break right now because there is an ad break on Twitch. Yeah, there's an ad break on Twitch right now. I need to put Cello to bed. I will be back when the ad break is over. Okay? And we back. Well, yeah, there we go. Now we're back. So the vertical stream always takes a couple seconds more. Right. What happened afterwards? So, did anything happen after you took his hand? I don't really remember. When I came to, I was back outside the hole. I thought maybe I blacked out due to a lack of oxygen and it had been some sort of hallucination. I see. Yeah, I guess that's possible. But if that's the case, that means I stopped you just to talk about some hallucination I saw, and that would be super embarrassing. Some people do say the Tomokazuki legends might have come about because of divers seeing things when they ran out of air. But hey, it's no big deal even if it was a hallucination. The most important thing is that you're safe. I'm pretty sure you really shouldn't be going over to unknown holes in the seafloor though. Like actually, I'm pretty sure that's a really big risk for a current, right? Because some of those could fucking pull you in like real hard. Especially if it was from an earthquake as well. Still, I can't help but wonder about a hole suddenly appearing like that. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Tomokazuki? Huh? You've never heard of it? Well, I guess not even all the folks around here know about it either. It does sound familiar though. The Tomokazuki is a sort of ghost story around these parts. The story goes that sometimes, when diving, an amateur diver will come across another version of themselves, an exact copy. That other version of them will be holding out something they want, like an abalone. Something they want. And when the diver reaches for it, the Tomokazuki grabs them and drags them to the bottom of the sea. Whoa, that's scary. But wait, the Tomokazuki I saw wasn't holding anything. It wasn't? Well, that's different. Maybe I forgot it at home or something. At home, huh? The abalone? Yeah, the abalone. Maybe I left it at home. Huh. Maybe the Tomokazuki is more careless than the legends let on. We're a bit goofy this game, aren't we? You're pretty forgetful though, so maybe it became such a perfect copy that it imitated that aspect of you as well. Oh, that damn Tomokazuki. Who knows my every weakness? I ain't mentioned it though. I think I do remember that story from when I was younger. I guess the fact that I forgot the story really proves how forgetful I am, huh? No worries, that was a while ago, you know? By the way, you know the symbols on your diving gear? Symbols? Yep, Seiman and Doman. The amateur divers around here all have them somewhere on their outfits. Oh, this was my mom's gear, so I didn't know. People say those symbols work as a charm to protect divers from Tomokazuki. Tomokazuki. You know, whatever. Interesting. But if I ran into a Tomokazuki just now, wouldn't that mean the charm didn't work? Maybe, but it could be thanks to the charm that you made it back safely. The city's a dangerous place even without the Tomokazuki around. Things could be even worse without the charm to protect you. I see. So, without this charm, I really could have been attacked by a shark. Glad I had it then. Seriously, a shark would have been no laughing matter. It depends on the shark. But it really depends on the shark. I mean, most of the time, they're not really trying to eat you. Most sharks are actually kind of small. A long time ago in a small village on one of the islands on the Issei Sea, there lived a young amateur diver, known for her exceptional swimming skills. One day, the wind was strong and the waves were higher than usual. Undeterred by the turbulent weather, the young diver drove into the city, but couldn't find even the smallest shell to bring back, let alone any abalone. Determined to find something, she dove even deeper into the ocean, until she paused, sensing a presence behind her. Turning, she felt an undeniable sense that someone was watching her from a shadowy crevice in the rock. Finding this strange, she ventured closer, only to come face to face with the diver who looked exactly like her. As she floated there, stunned, the other diver extended her hand. In it was an abalone. I actually don't know how that's pronounced. Is abalone... abalone? I don't know. I've never heard it out loud. Larger than any she had ever seen. The young diver was mesmerized. She had to have the abalone, no matter what. She reached out her hand to take it. Suddenly, when her fingers were mere inches away from the abalone, the other diver's hand shot out and grasped her arm. Shocked, the young diver frantically struggled to pull away, but it was too late. Slowly, inevitably, she was dragged down into the depths of the ocean. Over time, this being came to be known as Tomokazuki, the Together Diver, due to taking on an identical appearance to its victims. Divers are warned never to accept Tomokazuki's offerings in the depths, lest they suffer the same fate. The Tomokazuki is still greatly feared by ama divers in modern times, and Seiman and Doman symbols inscribed on items they take with them when diving are charms said to protect them from it. Seiman and Doman. Protective symbols widely worn by ama divers in Shima and Toba. Star-shaped symbol is known as Seiman, and the lattice-like symbol is known as Doman. The two symbols are often embroidered side by side or drawn on clothing using purple dye made from shells. They are worn by ama divers when diving to ward off potential disasters that might befall them at sea. Matoma Kazuki, huh? But why would something like that be here? Hey, Asami, I bought the Tomokazuki just now. Yeah? Do you think it has anything to do with what we're looking into? Oh, button. Whoa. Unlocked past recollection chapter. Use Minakuchi. Something I want to do. Ah! My apologies for the interruption. How are you floating there? I'd like to take this chance to inform you about a unique ability of yours, the recollection feature. But to make things clear, I must first tell you about the story chart. From here on, you will return to this screen, the story chart, and it breaks in the story. You see, the story you will witness will not necessarily unfold in chronological order. This screen will allow you to see where each chapter lies in the grand scheme of things, as well as select where you wish to proceed to next. If the icon for a chapter is not dim, that indicates it has not been fully completed. Generally speaking, completing a chapter will unlock the chapter immediately after it. However, there will occasionally be times when a recollection button will appear during the story, as you experienced just now. Pressing this button will allow you to delve into a memory evoked by certain words in the text. This will in turn unlock a new chapter, a past recollection chapter, for you to experience. A most remarkable ability, is it not? Once you have unlocked such a chapter, it will become available in the story chart for you to peruse as you wish. This ability will be key in unraveling the tale before you, so do be sure to press the recollection button when you see it come up. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. So, did your mom become an ama diver because she wanted to find the Tomokazuki? But she wouldn't have worn something with this charm on it if that were true, right? Good point. So... Oh, I can't access it right now. Okay, we'll just keep going then. Is that all you wanted to talk about? There's more. But there's more! No, there's more. Actually, this might be the most important part. I realize there's something I need to do after this. Something really important. Hey, so you found a lead down there after all. I'm serious. If I don't pull this off, something terrible is going to happen. Hey, I believe you. Go on, tell me everything. Nope. Ah, here we go. Okay, I see. Why are we going down here? Okay, well, let's do the recollection chapter. That's probably important. So it's a bit more out of order, I suppose, for this one, huh? I see, I see. If you say you want to be an ama diver, then of course you got my full support. But something tells me you're not just doing this for Tsuyu. People are bound to talk if you become an ama diver here. You must have some other reason. One big enough to risk everyone running their mouths. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, Azumi. Azumi. It wouldn't take me even 0.2 seconds to see through one of your lies. So what's up? Tell me everything. These are the ruins of an old wartime building. The Kantekisho. Kantekisho. The building's being abandoned, so hardly anyone ever comes here, which makes it the perfect place for private meetings. Kantekisho ruins. The remains of this wartime structure are located atop a hill in eastern Kamishima. It was constructed to observe the impact points of shells fired from a test firing range operated by the former army ministry at Cape Irago on the opposite shore. Similar observation facilities were also built on Tsukushima Island and in Ijika, a town on the Shima Peninsula. Having been abandoned after the Second World War, the observation post has since fallen into disrepair and the entry is now forbidden to the general public. Okay. Sounds about right. Ooh, this music is really nice, actually. I like this music. Maybe I'll have to yoink this for background music. This is a really good track. I like it. Very nice. I should be able to tell Azami everything, right? Azami? Hey, Azami. What I'm about to say is gonna sound pretty crazy. You still want to hear it? Sure, bring it on. Thanks. I'll come right out and say it then. I'm looking for a mermaid, and I need to find one by tomorrow. Oh, a mermaid, huh? By tomorrow at that. That's gonna be tough. I'm being serious. In fact, I've never been more serious. I really do have to find a mermaid by tomorrow. I can tell you're not joking by the look on your face. You've got some sort of reason for saying this, right? Go on, I'm listening. Thanks, Azumi. Mermaid search reason. Is it okay if I talk a little about the disaster 5 years ago? The disaster, huh? If you're okay with it, sure. I was in middle school at the time and my parents had taken me out into the bay on a little fishing boat. This massive storm came out of nowhere and sank all 3 fishing boats that got caught up in it. I was the only one who survived. Yeah, it was really terrible. Damn. A localized storm that broke out in the sea to the south of Kamishima around 5 years ago, resulting in a maritime accident in which a total of 10 people went missing. Fuck. Overview. 3 fishing vessels that set out to sea from Kamishima were suddenly caught in an unanticipated storm and foundered, leaving all but one of the 11 fishermen and ABBA divers on board missing. When the ships were later dredged up and searched, not a single body was discovered. The sole survivor was Yuzo Minakuchi, who was a middle school student at the time. His parents, Tosuke Minakuchi and Mare Minakuchi, as well as Azami Kumoi's father, Kyokichi Kumoi, were among the victims. Locals in the area reportedly heard an eerie rumbling from the sea on the morning of the incident. List of casualties. Medium-sized... Number 1, medium-sized fishing vessel Daiichi Kyosui Maru, foundered. Captain Kyokichi Kumoi and all 5 crew members reported missing. Small-sized fishing vessel Omei Maru, foundered. Captain Yukiji Blech. Oh my god, I can't see it. I cannot speak today. Holy fuck. Captain Yukiji Nishikawa and 1 passenger, identity unknown, reported missing. Oh, that's interesting. 3. Small-sized fishing vessel Minakuchi Maru, foundered. Captain Tosuke Minakuchi and 1 other crew member reported missing. 1 passenger recovered with slight injuries. Dissociative amnesia due to psychological trauma. No, I suppose that makes sense. The sole survivor. When the boat the Minakuchi family was on was about to sink, Mare and Tosuke Minakuchi put a lifebuoy on their son, Yuza, and helped him escape the boat before the waves engulfed it. Despite the slim chance of the survival in such a dire situation, Yuza was miraculously found drifting in the sea the next day, still wearing the lifebuoy, and was successfully rescued. How did you not get hypothermia? Crazy. Although he had no external injuries, the shock of the accident had left him a state of confusion. He has little memory of what happened at that time. After the accident plunged Kamishima into a state of deep sorrow. Fishermen and avid divers temporarily stopped fishing to mourn, and a memorial was erected to honor the loss. Perhaps due to his memory loss, the sole survivor Yuza appeared relatively composed in contrast to the grief of those around him. Many found this unnerving, and Yuza became increasingly isolated from the rest of the community. Azami Kamui, himself having lost his father in the accident, tried to support him however he could, reasoning that he was still better off than Yuza, who had lost both his parents before his very eyes. As investigations continued, questions arose about what the Minakuchi family had been doing in the vicinity of the disaster, despite not having gone out to fish. He only remembers his parents telling him to come with them, and the purpose of their excursion remains unclear to this day. So what about the disaster did you want to talk about? Well, I've recently started to remember some things about what happened. For real? I know your memories of the disaster are kind of hazy due to the shock. It's great that you're starting to remember, is it? I don't know if that's a good thing, necessarily, but sure. Oh, but... I guess it's not exactly something you want to remember, huh? Sorry for getting all fired up. Yeah, no. I mean, typically your brain blocks it up because it's more damaging to your mind to remember, is what usually happens with dissociative amnesia. It's okay. It actually hasn't bothered me as much as I thought it would. Thanks for worrying about me, though. It's just that the things I remembered are a bit strange, so I couldn't bring myself to say anything. It's hard for keeping quiet up to now. Strange, huh? Well, I can see why you want to keep it to yourself, all things considered. Don't sweat it. So, about the accident. When we ran into the storm, our boat got caught in the whirlpool and started to sink. My parents gave me a lifebuoy and lowered me into the water. God, this rain is really loud. Wow. Hold on. I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. Just a bit. They were frantic, and I was too stunned to do anything but go along with what was happening. I can imagine. That must have been really scary. The waves were knocking me around, so I took everything I had just to hold on to the buoy. The buoy? 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 It's such a weird word, huh? In the end, I just watched as the boat was swallowed by the water. I couldn't do anything else. There wasn't anything you could have done. It wasn't your fault, Yuza. But right after that, this huge wave came crashing down on me. And I got dragged down into the depths of the sea, lifebuoy and all. Huh? He got pulled under, but I thought... Yeah, up until now I thought I managed to miraculously stay afloat until I got rescued. I remember now. I was pulled down underneath the waves. I'm back. Was getting food. Any mermaid action so far? Yuza's recovered some of his dissociative memories. Some of his memories from his dissociative amnesia from his trauma. We're remembering now. Huh? I remember being caught in a current and tossed all about underwater. I couldn't breathe. I was so sure I was going to die there. But then someone grabbed my hand. Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying? I was barely conscious by that point, so it's not like I saw them clearly or anything. I'm certain someone was there with me. Someone who grabbed hold of me and pulled me to safety. And from what I remember... You're saying they were a mermaid? Exactly. So you were saved by a mermaid. I'm sure of it. Cool, I love to dissociate. Me too, man. I'm sure of it. It looks exactly what first comes to mind when you hear the word mermaid. A real mermaid, huh? It was a really extreme situation, so it's entirely possible I was just seeing things. Which would mean I called you out here just to talk to you about some hallucination I had. And if that's the case, I'm gonna be super embarrassed. I mean, you're standing here talking to me now, right? So you must have gotten out of that situation somehow. I can't imagine any normal person being able to stay afloat in a storm like that, let alone managing to save someone. Same. You'd have to be some sort of superhuman or something. Or not human at all. Man, who would have guessed there were mermaids here in Issei? I really was saved by a mermaid. I have in my life. I'd like to thank them in person if possible. Makes sense. So that's why you're looking for them, huh? Well, if we manage to find them, I've got to thank them for saving you too. So I was thinking of heading to where the disaster happened and diving there to see if I could find anything. Wait. Are you sure? You almost died there. I'll be fine. In fact, since I've never gone near there since the disaster happened, I was also thinking I'd like to do something to honor my parents and your dad's memory. Yeah, I'd like to at least offer flowers, if nothing else. The others here have always kept their distance, but it's not like going there is forbidden or anything. Let's do it. Thanks, Zami. I owe you one. Think. Mermaid search leads. But there's no guarantee the mermaid will still be around there, right? I'm thinking it'd be good to have more of a lead before we head out there. How about that? Do you mind if I say something crazy? Again? Sure, what's up? You remember my mom, right? Of course I remember Mrs. Maury. Well, she wasn't originally from Kamishima, but she met my dad when she moved here and ended up marrying him. But even to me, she never seemed to really fit in here. Well, I can't really disagree there. She never spoke to me much either. Some people even outright told me not to talk to her, you know? So she was suspicious because we didn't know anything about her. Stuff like that. I guess that's understandable. She didn't really involve herself in community activities and almost never participated in local events. I felt like she was always keeping her distance from the other islanders somehow. 20 years here, and she was still considered an outsider. Yeah, I never knew how to bring it up to you, but I always kind of wondered. Is there some sort of reason for that? Not as far as I know. Dad and Gran never seemed to mind, so I figured that's just how she was. Maybe she was just very introverted. But looking back at things now, it was pretty weird. Unknown age, huh? Yuzu Minakuchi's mother. Having gone missing in the Kamishima Children's Sea disaster 5 years ago, she was declared dead a year later after search parties found no sign of her. You remember my mom? Oh, hell yeah. More than 20 years ago, Mary Samakawa arrived on Kamishima with no possessions to her name, expressing that she had taken a liking to the local environment and wanted to move there. However, she remained tight-lipped about her background, only revealing that she was from a small town out in the mountains, and that she had had to leave her home for undisclosed reasons. Although her request to move to Kamishima was accepted, many islanders remained suspicious of her. After settling on the island, she showed an interest in the Yama lifestyle and eventually took it up after displaying a talent for freediving, with Suya Minakuchi acting as her instructor. During this time, she grew close to Tosuke Minakuchi, Tsuya's only son, and eventually married him a few years later. The two would go on to have a son of their own, whom they named Yuza. Despite this, Mary was unable to fully shake the air out of mystery that surrounded her, and many islanders continued to question whether her presence on the island might cause trouble down the line. Something of a free spirit, her nonconformist ways and somewhat naive personality meant that she was often absent from local activities, leading to further criticism from a portion of the population. Some also reported frequently spotting her wandering the island after she first moved there, seemingly looking for something, or catching sight of her doing something on the shore in the middle of the night. Fortunately, her mother-in-law, Suya Minakuchi, was a person of no small influence on Kamishima, and no one dared to openly persecute Mary under Suyu's watchful eye. The 3 generations lived peacefully under the same roof for more than 10 years. until the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster tore them apart. Since her experience in the disaster 5 years prior, a growing number of people have accused her of somehow being responsible, citing her various instances of suspicious behavior as justification. Okay, interesting. Thoughts. Many thoughts. Already. Well, I guess even I thought she was a bit of an oddball at times. You say that, but I think you're getting to be pretty similar to her. What? Really? Yep, what's that saying? Marching to the beat of your own drum? You're both like that. Really? I never realized. I've been so blind. A blind fool. Yep, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. That's so funny. But why'd you bring up your mom all of a sudden? Well, looking back now, there were a few things that always bothered me. Oh? For a start, no one ever told me where my mom was from. She was also a natural at salmon diving, but I never saw her eat any seafood. Sometimes at night, she'd suddenly say she wanted to go look at the sea before going out and not coming back for hours. Huh, I guess that is all pretty weird, yeah. That's not all. When I was sorting through my mom's belongings, I found this. We usually keep it in the family altar, but I brought it along today to show you. What is that? A fish scale? So, does he think his mom is a mermaid? It's huge. It's gonna be at least 7 or 8 centimeters long. I always just figured she'd held onto it because it was a rare find. Once I remembered the mermaid, I began to wonder. What fish could the scale have come from? Why was my mom holding onto it? Whoa, hold it right there. You're not saying... I am. The mermaid who rescued me back then was... my mom. I think it was my mom. Totally a mermaid. To be fair, there's so much paranormal shit in this series that is absolutely 100% real. So, to be completely fair, she could be. What do you think? But I kinda doubt it. I don't know. It's pretty out there. Could that even be possible? I don't think his mom would be the mermaid, though. That seems a little... I don't know. Why would she keep her own scale, right? That's a bit odd. Like, it's not like she's a Selkie, right? Where, like, she has her second skin or whatever. Unless she is. Maybe she could be. I don't know. Is there a Japanese equivalent to a Selkie? So your theory is your mom used to be a mermaid, but she became a human so she could live among us. Yeah, but she turned back into a mermaid when the disaster happened and wasn't able to come back afterwards. How does that sound? I don't know. Scale is magic. Oh god, what's that? You eat it and you become a mermaid? I was thinking of oh god, what's the fucking... It was like a show and a book series, I think. Where it was like a couple of kids and they had this dragon scale and they go to the world of dragons. What the fuck is that called? And there were like twin dragons who were like conjoined. And one of them was purple and the other one was green or something. And it was Dragon Tales, there we go. Dragon Tales, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm imagining here. The PBS program. Yeah, I don't think we had the cartoon here. I had some of the... I had like a book or two, I think. I don't know. But after hearing your story, I just can't dismiss it out of hand either. If that's really the case, my mom really is still out there in the sea somewhere, even if in a different form. I was thinking it would be nice if I could see her again. It might be because they're still treated as missing instead of dead, but apparently it's been uploaded to YouTube. That doesn't surprise me at all. Dragon Tales watch party when? It still hasn't really sunk in that my parents are gone. I know what you mean. Sometimes it feels like my pops is just gonna show up at home again like nothing ever happened. Though, even if your mom's alive, I guess it'd be hard for her to show up if she's back in her mermaid form now. My mom really does have some sort of connection to mermaids. And maybe that was the reason she never fit in here. It might help clear up any mistaken impressions the others have of her anyway. Y'all are gooners? How? That's weird, man. I see. So you think that by trying out ammo diving like your mom did, you might be able to find something out. And maybe, if you're lucky, you'll run into a mermaid in the process. Yeah. And if I really am descended from mermaids somehow. And it's possible that diving might awaken something in me. Oh, right. I hadn't thought of that. I guess if your legs suddenly become fins, we'll know for sure you're a second-generation mermaid. Okay, I think I've gotten just what you want to do now. Thanks for understanding, Izami. I haven't been happy with how people have been treating you ever since the disaster either. I want to say about your mom. If there's anything I can do to clear the air, I want to help. Thanks. I appreciate it. Although, I don't know how people will react if you suddenly start talking about mermaids. It might be best to keep quiet about that part for now, just say you're looking into your mom. What do you think? Yeah, I think that would be best. Okay. Now we've got that settled, how about we head out tomorrow morning? Does that sound good to you? Yep, I've been doing some training in secret, so I'm all set. How'd you... Okay. Yeah, you know... Okay, diving training is secret, I'm sure. What to do next? Still, I haven't found a mermaid by tomorrow. It's pretty sudden. What's up with the tight deadline? Well... Sorry, I can't say right now. If you manage to find one, I'll explain everything, I promise. Well, as long as you tell me later, it's all good. Oh, here's an idea. If you're in that much of a rush, how about we talk to Tsukasa and Sato? Maybe they'll be able to help out. Right now, we gotta go, gotta get ready for work. Talk to you later. Okay, good luck at work, Morbid. Bye-bye. I wonder, it would be nice to have more help. Will they even believe me? The whole thing is pretty crazy after all. Besides, Tsukassa's going back to the mainland soon. I'd hate to bother her now. True. Still, knowing Tsukasa, she might be surprisingly on board with the whole thing. See? I knew he'd be here. Whoa, speak of the devil. When did you two get here? Oh, talking about something you didn't want us to hear, were you? Boys will be boys, I guess. Childhood friend Tsukasa, wow. Occupation high school student apprentice Ama Diver, 17 years old. A girl born and raised on Kamishima. She has a bright, friendly nature and an inquisitive personality. Currently in her second year of high school, she boasts excellent grades and a sharp intuition. She has been staying at a relative's house in Issei City since last year in order to attend an all-girls high school in the mainland. Is currently back on Kamishima for summer break. Despite this, she frequently makes trips back to the island on weekends, and has been trying her hand at underwater gatherings since the current diving season began, having long been interested in the animal lifestyle. Her estimated diver rank is 6. However, her teachers have been strongly encouraging her to aim for a national university. She has been friends with Izami Kamui and Yuza Minakuchi since childhood, with their close rapport making up for their difference in academic years. It was more common to find her playing with the two boys than with girls her own age up until middle school. However, since leaving the island to attend the high school, she has grown more conscious of their age difference and has put some distance between herself and them. She hit it off immediately with Sato Shiranami, a girl who came to Kamishima to lodge with the Wakamuras a few months ago, and was looking forward to showing her around the island and helping her adapt to life there whenever she returns home. 18 years ago, her still pregnant mother, Nagisa Awao, moved to Kamishima alone before giving birth to Tsukasa shortly afterwards. Tsukasa subsequently grew up in a single-mother household. Although she used to occasionally ask her mother about her father, her questions were always evaded, so she has stopped inquiring. However, the fact that her mother never seems to have any financial difficulties despite not working has led her to quietly suspect he might still be involved in some way. Perhaps. Hey, you've got us all wrong. We weren't talking about anything like that. Yeah, you gotta hear me out, Tsukasa. I was powerless to resist. I refused at first, but Azami insisted, and... Oh, tell me more. You might as well admit it, Yuza. And Sato, what's with the sudden keen interest? Enigmatic girl, Sato Shiranami. Occupation house guest. A mysterious girl currently lodging with Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Roughly 3 months ago, Sato suddenly arrived from Kamishima claiming that she was a child of a relative of the Wakamuras. She showed no sign of attending school or doing any sort of work, instead spending her days holed up in the Wakamura household, leading many islanders to wonder just who she is and what she's doing there. Those who know about Wakamura's high-interest money lending behind the scenes speculate that she might be the daughter of one of his borrowers, sent to work as a domestic servant to pay off a debt. But Sato herself is extremely easygoing and doesn't seem to be bothered by the endless rumors. A huge television fan, she spends much of her spare time glued to the set of the Wakamura household, with her most recent obsessions being soap operas and 2-hour thrillers. However, she isn't all that fond of period dramas. She's good friends with Tsukasa Awao, who is close to her in age, and the two can often be seen enjoying themselves wandering the island together. Yeah, let's all calm down, okay? It's not like that. We're having a perfectly normal conversation, were we? We're kind of talking about mermaids. Yeah, sure. Anyway. Hey, don't just brush me off! You're getting pretty worked up, Azami. Don't act all innocent. You're the one who caused this mess, you know? Sorry to interrupt your fun, but I really did have something to say. Folks are worried you haven't showed up to the association meeting, Azami. Azami? You should probably get going. Oh damn, the meeting can totally slip my mind. Sorry, Yuza. I gotta go for now, but I'll get in touch later. No problem. Thanks for coming even though you're so busy. I guess we'll be on our way too, then. Sorry, but we've got some important business of our own to handle. We won't be able to help out with whatever you're up to. Grab that. It was advice? Okay. So, did you hear what we were talking about? Only the part where my name came up. I didn't want to be nosy, though. I see. Well, thanks for coming all the way out here to get Azami. I don't know what you guys are up to, but you've piqued my interest. Be sure to tell me about it later, okay? Anyway, see you later. Come on, Sato. Roger. Oh, one more thing. You better not forget about the day after tomorrow. Tell Azami he'd better remember too. Sure, I'll tell him later. Cute. Okay, let's do advice then. Sato, you got a sec? So, I was hoping to get a bit of advice. Thing is, you're the only one I can really talk to about this. Sure, what's up? If you got a problem, leave it to me. Kamishima's living, walking, talking encyclopedia. Wow, that's a pretty impressive title, Miss Encyclopedia. Although, I think the walking, talking kinda implies you're living already. Either way, I hope you can I hope I can help. I hope you can help. Blah, blah, blah. You know, even if it kills me, I'll squeeze every last brain cell I've got to help you, Tsukasa. Right. But you're supposed to be a living encyclopedia, so please don't go dying on me. Thanks for being there for me, though. Come on, let's go somewhere with no one else around, then. August 6th, 1980-something, morning, Kamishima, Chuo Street. Pardon me a moment, young ladies. Yes? You mean us? Yes, sorry for the trouble, but I was hoping to get some directions. Oh, are you here sightseeing? Welcome to Kamishima. I'm afraid it's not quite as relaxing as sightseeing. We're looking for the Wakamura residence. Would you happen to know where it is? Okay. The Wakamura residence. May I ask who you are? Oh, of course. Please pardon my manners. My name is Yumeko Shiki, a housewife from over in Tokyo. Oh, a housewife. And this here is Soto Kiryu. He's something like an assistant to me. My pleasure. A housewife from Tokyo who came to Kamishima to visit Wakamura. A man who visited Kamishima alongside Yumeko Shiki. Interesting. She's got very noticeable eyes, huh? Ah. Wait a minute. Okay. God, she has really noticeable eyes. Wow, you must be a guest for the old man. The Wakamura home is just up the slope after you head through that alley. It's a bit of a maze, though. Want me to show you? Yeah, so it was that way. Thank you, but I believe we can manage from here. Believe it or not, we've been running all around the region. We're quite used to the area now. Oh, what the fuck have they seen? Futamigawara investigation. Got it. Take care then. Ma'am, is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. We'll be on our way then. Sorry for stopping you. Huh. Those two had a really strange vibe. The old man sure gets some unusual guests. Yeah, there's something about them. Do you think that's the kind of aura that sorcerers will give off? Yeah. I know what you're getting at. I've heard those rumors too. Everyone's saying that old man Wakamura has been super reliant on some shady sorcerer lately. Fascinating. Shinobu Wakamura. Male, local magnate, 55 years old. The single most influential person on Kamishima, although born to an ordinary fishing family on the island, he entered his 20s during the post-war economic boom. And through tireless work and juggling multiple side jobs, he managed to amass a small fortune over the years. He went on to invest this fortune into the development of Kamishima, not only upgrading his fishing equipment, but also improving the island's infrastructure to entice businesses to set up shop on the island. Efforts that have earned him the appreciation of people all over the island. He currently holds many key positions on the island, including serving as head of the Kamishima Fisheries Cooperative Association, and it is said that his appointment as the next mayor of Kamishima is all but confirmed. I wouldn't doubt it, yeah. Although admired for his many contributions to Kamishima's development, his personality leaves much to be desired. With many stories of him using force to get things to go his way, he is often high-handed in his dealings with others, fully aware that his position makes it difficult to oppose him. Having moved his main home and base of operations to the mainland many years prior, there are abundant rumors that he has since added loan sharking and land grabbing to the list of ways he's willing to add to his sizable fortune. It is said that he's recently become an ardent devotee of a certain famous sorcerer in Tokyo, and often relies on their guidance when making decisions. Okay. I'm sure we can take a guess. They did say they were from Tokyo. Maybe they really are sorcerers. Eh, whatever. Come on, Sato, let's go. Yep. Go straight to the bay. Okay, this spot should work fine. Oh man, then I'm actually about to talk about it. I'm getting super nervous. This little bay is quite hard to find, so hardly anyone ever comes here, including tourists. Which makes it a great place to talk in secret. So Cass asking me for advice? Something must really be weighing on her. I'm getting some Chie and Yukiko vibes from those two guys who only played Persona 4. To be fair, I can kind of see it. They do have a similar fashion sense. She's usually so quick to decide and act on anything. This is rare for her. Sound of the waves and cicadas surround us. It's your typical summer day. Now that we hear her talk, she suddenly looks like she can't get the words out. Maybe I should be the one to nudge and ask from my side. Oh, yeah. I guess that makes sense. I was trying buttons. Alrighty, you said you wanted some advice, so let's hear it. How can I help you, Miss Tsukasa? Well, I do want your advice. I'm not really sure where to start. Wow, I guess this really isn't an easy topic for her. In that case, let me start her off with another topic to loosen her up. Yeah, about that. How do I even put this? Looks like she hasn't loosened up much yet. Maybe we should start from a different angle. About that summer break. I guess you'll be heading back to the mainland soon now that the Obon holidays are over. Yeah, I head back to my boarding school in 3 days, so I've only got until the day after tomorrow to take it easy here. Right. Time sure flew by. I'm really gonna miss you. Me too. Only 2 days left, huh? 2 days. What am I gonna do? I guess whatever she wants advice on is time sensitive. So the plans you were talking about for the day after tomorrow. I guess it's a get-together with the others before you head back? Yeah, that's right. Plans with Zami and Yuzo. I couldn't give them much time this trip, so I figured they might be feeling a bit left out. Makes sense. You're pretty close friends. Totally. Even grown up, they still do the dumbest stuff. Just can't leave them be. Maybe I should leave you all to enjoy it without me then. No way! They're the lucky ones to have someone as cute as you come along with me. Man, I can't believe my summer break's already coming to an end. Yeah, it's kinda sad. Oh, it's the castle, that reminds me. Did you catch that 2-hour suspense drama the other day? I'm gonna move my mic a bit. Ah, right. You said you were looking forward to it. I didn't see it. Ma was watching a period drama. Darn, I actually had a good part. He turned out to be the killer, though. Well, I wish I could have watched it. You did just kind of spoil it, though. I wish we had a VCR like yours. You record music shows and watch them over and over, right? That sounds amazing. Not many houses on the island have one, though. Yeah, I know it's a bit of a luxury, but being able to record and keep TV programs is the best. You love TV way more than I do. It's great you can enjoy it whenever you like. You really can't get enough of your TV. You think I watch too much? How much did you watch this summer? Well... I guess I'm pretty much always watching whenever I'm home. Nice. You should thank Old Man Wakamura. You should thank Old Man Wakamura for letting you watch as much as you want. We're hardly ever allowed to watch TV at boarding school. Even at home, I'm always fighting over what to watch with Ma. Makes it damn hard for me to keep up with conversations at school, you know? TV's just got too much influence on everyone. Can't blame him either. And it's pretty fun. I like that she looks like it seems like she has quite prominent teeth. I think that's a really nice design detail actually. I haven't seen that on anyone else. It's cute. Speaking of TV, I saw something on the morning news. Yeah? What happened? They said an ammo diver on the mainland went missing at sea. Yeah, I saw that too. I hope they find her safe. Apparently it's still searching, but it goes to show how dangerous being an ammo diver is. Yeah, even I've had a couple moments out there that have been way too close. When the catch is right in front of you, it's easy to think you can go a little bit further and end up pushing it just too far. Sounds scary. You be careful out there. Now that I think about it, a little while back, there was that story about old human bones found on the seabed near Toba. Whoa, I never heard about that one. That really happened? Creepy. Maybe it was someone who went missing at sea. I just hope it isn't like a curse or anything. Yeah, the sea can be pretty scary. The old Amma grannies always told us, we islanders live with the sea, never forget how fearsome it can be. That's why the Amma divers wear charms and mind the proper rites, right? Yeah, gratitude, manners, and restraint towards the sea are never to be forgotten. That's the first thing they teach you when you start diving. It's the whole thing. If you work near the sea, you really have to remember that the sea is not your friend. It's not your enemy either, but it doesn't care. You know, Sato, compared to when you first arrived on the island, you've really brightened up. Might be thanks to all the TV. Oh, was I really that gloomy before? Yeah. Up till about a month ago, it felt like there was a little cloud hanging over you whenever we spoke. It was like you were kind of depressed all the time, like nothing in the world really mattered to you. Ugh, so that's how I came off. Sorry for being such a downer. Yeah, you didn't crack jokes like you do now either. But this you? Way better. Having fun stuff going on really brought you to life. Makes sense. I'll try to keep up the positivity. Okay, I'm ready. I'll just say it. Go ahead. So, the thing is, I think I like someone. The haunting music. Or stinger, I guess. Alright, go on. We'll hardly get to see each other anymore soon. I want to tell him how I feel while I'm still on the island. Makes sense. I'll help however I can. As Kev, she was living in encyclopedia. I've seen this all on TV before. I, probably know a thing or two that can help. For sure. Yeah, you don't sound all that confident, which kind of makes me a little nervous, but I can tell you mean it. Thanks. I just don't really know what to do. So which of the two is the lucky guy? Huh? Who do you mean? Oh, no way. Don't tell me you think I like Asmi or Yuza. Wait, you mean it's not one of them? Me falling for one of them? Not a chance. They're basically like brothers to me. I could never picture a romantic relationship with them. Oops. Sorry. I just assumed. I call myself the living, walking, talking encyclopedia and brag that I've seen it all on TV, but I guess I don't really know anything. Sorry. This is so embarrassing. I'm gonna go die now. Whoa, don't sweat it. Really, no dying. But then, who is it? No point dragging it out, so I'll just tell you. It's Shotaro. Ah, Mr. Wakamura's son. I see. He's sincere, smart, and pretty handsome. I can see why you'd like them. Why you'd like him. Yeah, I mean, he looks pretty much exactly like what 80s surfer guy kind of thing. I guess, I don't know. Right? He's back visiting the island at the moment, but he usually goes to university in Tokyo. I secretly admired him for ages, but I always thought he just saw me as a kid. I figured he'd never be interested. But now I go to school in the mainland by myself, and I'm even working as an ammo diver. I think he might see me as more of an adult now. More than before, anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. So you want to let him know how you feel while he's still on the island. Maybe it's all just one-sided on my end, but I can't keep these feelings bottled up. And tell them I'm with you. 21. Okay. Youngson Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Due to his father's influence, he was pampered by those around him from an early age, but he grew up to be a pleasant and sincere young man despite this attention. He is well regarded by those who know him, often being told that he's been blessed with a sharp intellect, good looks, and a variety of talents. He's currently attending a university in Tokyo and is back from Kamishima for summer break. Although his father Shinobu wants Shotaro to inherit the influence and wealth he spent much of his life building up, Shotaro himself has no intention of doing so. On the contrary, he is skeptical of the old-fashioned insular ways of final society and regards his father as the very embodiment of those outdated mores, viewing him with utter disgust for his overbearing, vulgar tendencies and superstitious beliefs. Okay. You're staying with the Wakamuras right now, yeah? Anything about him that might help? Oh, I'm afraid Miss Encyclopedia might not have that kind of info. You don't have much info at all, do you? I mean, he's honestly not home most of the time, so there's a lot I don't know about him. Feels like he's always got something to do. Checking in on folks all over the island. Like, I don't suppose you know if he has a girlfriend in Tokyo or anything. No, I'm afraid I'm not sure. Tokyo's packed with beautiful girls, right? A guy like him won't be left alone for long. Well, from what I've seen, I haven't noticed him keeping in touch with anyone. Then what about what he likes? Something you'd be happy to get? Let me think. Sorry, nothing's coming to mind at all. I really may as well just go die somewhere. Come on, don't say that. Thinking it through with me is more than enough. You gotta stop joking about dying like that. Oh, Sakasa, how about this? I'm pretty sure I can ask Shotaro to meet us somewhere. I'll organize that for now. We can plan from there. How's that sound? Oh, sounds good. Thanks so much, Sato. Or Sato. Why did I say Sato? Sato. So... we kicked around ideas the whole way back, but in the end... writing a love letter and handing it to him is the best call. That's the plan, yeah? Yep. Since way back when, the tried and true way has always been a love letter. A classic method. I like it. You're heading out to dive tomorrow morning, right? Yeah, weather's looking good. Alright, then I'll ask him to come to the bay a little afternoon. That work for you? Yeah, I just need to have the letter ready by tomorrow. Hey, can you look it over before I give it to him? Of course. I'll fix it up even if it kills me. Thanks. I'll write it even if it kills me too. I'm already so nervous. Hey, you two over there. Huh? Is that who I think it is? It is! It's Shotaro! Oh wow, speak of the devil. Hey, sorry to interrupt. Magnate's son, Shotaro Wakamura. Oh, he's totally glowing as usual. Is something wrong? Have you seen Asami? He didn't show up to today's association meeting. Oh, I see. I haven't seen him today. Ah, I think I know where he is. I'll go get him. Oh, you do? Knew I could count on you, Sakasa. I'll let you handle it then. God. Sure, no problem. Wow, he's so cool. Oh man, he called me by my name. I'm so fired up right now. Let's do this. Yeah, let's. First off, let's find those two. Bet they're up in the Kantakisha ruins. Let's go, Sato. Right behind you. Sato. Oh, that's a cool effect we've got for it. And Yumiko Shiki. Huh, okay. Futami Town, Futamigaura Coast. Oops. Mrs. Shiki, there you are. Sorry for calling you all the way out here. Not at all. Thank you for bringing the case to our attention. I hear you've got an unusual corpse on your hands. Well, forensics aren't here yet, so I honestly don't know whether it can even be called a corpse or not. But I do know it'll cause a stir if anyone catches sight of it, so right now we're just trying to keep the busybodies away. Sure, I'm glad it happened while you were still here, though. Well, with you being from the Tokyo Metropolitan... Jesus Christ. Well, with you being from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and all. Prefectural Police Detective, Masaru Ide. Where's our cadaver, then? It's in the water over there where it was found. Feel free to go ahead and examine it. Over there, I see. Well, yeah, there it is. Right there. This is Futamigara, the coastline just northeast of Ise City. It's a pretty popular location for tourists, and there are several beaches nearby as well, so a bunch of people are milling around. It certainly is an impressive sight. It's too bad we couldn't come here as simple tourists. Oh. Futamigara is the name of the stretch of coastline along Futami Town, so named during the events of the story. It has been since merged with Ise City in the Watarai district of Mie Prefecture. As part of the Iseshima National Park, it's been designated as a place of scenic beauty and considered one of the most scenic spots in Japan. The name Futamigaura is said to originate from a visit to the area by Yamato Hime no Mikoto. According to legend, the area's beauty caused her to turn to look back upon it, leading to Futami, like twice, becoming part of its name. Nichii. Ise City, a city located in the central northern area of the Shima Peninsula. The northern part of the city is on a plain directly facing Ise Bay, while the southern part is on a more mountainous land, surrounded by hills. Having long flourished as a town leading up to the Torii Gate of Ise Shrine, it stands out as a particularly popular tourist destination, even among the many attractions in the Ise Shima area. The city is sometimes referred to as Shinto, meaning the city of the gods. Although best known for Ise Shrine, many other temples and shrines can also be found within the city. The land overlooking Ise Bay is blessed with an abundance of beautiful scenery, including Mount Asama, which is included on a list of 100 famous Japanese scenic spots during the Showa era. Interesting, interesting. The sound of the waves and the buzz from the onlookers fills the air around us. I suppose it's inevitable that the police being around will draw other people's attention. I just hope it doesn't cause a commotion. The local police have the area closed off to make sure bystanders can't get too close. This is Masaru Ide, a detective from the local police. He's acting as my point of contact while I'm over here, as well as providing any support I need. I don't doubt it's quite a troublesome assignment. There are a lot of things that need to be kept secret for one. He's been very good at not prying into particulars while doing what needs to be done, occasional grumbling notwithstanding. Given what this case has ended up involving, though, those particulars may not end up remaining undisclosed for much longer. 35 years old, an assistant inspector in the 1st Investigative Division of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Mie Prefectural Police. He often finds himself saddled with whatever troublesome tasks come the department's way, something he makes sure to grumble about each time. But he's a proficient detective in his own right, being diligent in his duties and having passed his promotion exam without difficulty. Although often said to have a somewhat unreadable expression, he is quite sociable and makes a point to attend all the department drinking parties. Born and raised in Mie, Masaru never ventured beyond his bicycle commuting distance of his hometown, Sioux City, until the time came for him to attend university. With no particular plans for his future in mind, he took the employment exam for police officers, figuring that a local government job would at least be stable. He had no admiration for the police or any strong sense of duty or justice, but found the strict discipline of the police force to his personality. The name of the town reminded me of this one unironical video on YouTube about the federal unemployment tax act. Huh? the futa? Seriously? Oh god. He quietly married a fellow classmate from the police academy soon after graduating, at whom he takes on the role of a doting father to 2 sons and a daughter. If pressed to discuss his hobbies, they would include walking and combination puzzles. Strangely enough, he often happens to be walking nearby whenever incidents occur, leading to him being first on the scene even when off duty. Something his colleagues frequently tease him about. You fucking crime magnet? Jeez. Sorry, man. Seems like a very normal guy. This is Soto Kiryu. He's worked with me as my assistant for a long time now. Although, he usually makes his living as a psychic detective. So they've got to be part of the paranormal affairs, huh? He's not officially with the police, but with my assignments being what they are, he has special permission to accompany me on investigations. Yes, please straight to old economic advisor guy has no idea. Oh no! Oh dear. So he's 25 years old, an independent psychic who makes his living as Japan's only psychic detective. Zoto has no permanent residence, instead traveling throughout the country for training and resolving any metaphysical incidents he comes across. Something which eventually led to him gaining his current moniker within the industry. Though he has a calm and taciturn personality and is possessed of a sharp mind, he is surprisingly sensitive by nature. However, this trait does not extend to mercy towards spirits and other phenomena, which he often ends up subduing by force. Primary spiritual abilities: curses, the ability to use particular curses to inflict harm or otherwise negative effects on others. Effects range from forcibly binding a target in place to dealing fatal wounds. The stronger the curse's effect, the greater the burden on the user. Shaga, the ability to see the face of a deceased individual from their remains, allowing for recreation of their features via portrait sketch. Only a small piece of the deceased remains is necessary to use this ability. However, enough of the thoughts and desires of the dead individual must remain for it to be effective. The Feast of Shadows. The ability to create a domain in which the potency and range of certain types of spiritual abilities are increased, only effective at night. Zoto himself is able to create a domain up to 1 kilometer in range. I suppose it makes sense he'd be able to do that. Are we gonna have another incident? It won't be you, right? Suppose. Vision ability on. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Mockingbird number 2 discovered. That does make it easier to see them, I will say. Huh. Okay. Fascinating. We originally came to Mie from Tokyo to investigate another case. With so many other incidents occurring, I can't help but get the sinking feeling something troublesome is about to happen. Detective Ide has been a huge help to us so far. We might be able to reveal some of our circumstances to him. I just realized the corpse does have a fishtail. Do we know what the situation was when the corpse was found? I just got here as well, so I'm not clear on the details myself. But from the sounds of it, a local civilian happened across it about an hour ago as they were passing by. They got us on the scene immediately, so no one else should have seen it. That's a relief. I don't want people working themselves into a frenzy over this. Not the detective vision. Whoa. Where's that local now? We got someone taking their statement in a nearby police box. I'll let you know when we get more info there. Please do. Is there anything that stands out to you so far, Soto? I'd like to get a better grasp on the details before seeing anything, I think. You're just gonna repeat. Weren't you going to examine the body? Yeah, I guess. I see. So this is the corpse in question, is it? Unusual is certainly one word for it. It's all dried up now. Almost like it's been mummified. But apart from that, it's pretty safe to say this is a mermaid, right? Let's take a closer look at it. Head. As you can see, there's no doubt it has a human head. And that's the main reason we went ahead with treating it as a corpse. That makes sense. I can't imagine anyone would have seen a creature like this before, after all. If it really is a mermaid, wouldn't this be a pretty huge discovery? It's not the sort of thing we'll be able to make public, that's for sure. I don't suppose we have any way of confirming their identity. Their identity? It would say the body. It'd probably be difficult to confirm based on facial features, but we might have a chance of using dental records. Though, that would depend on if they've ever had a dental exam. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on if mermaids go for dental exams, huh? It would seem like the fish half of the body begins from the shoulders downward. All the mermaids I've ever heard of have had the fish half start from the waist down. If it is a fake, maybe whoever made it didn't do their research? Really? Several of the mermaids described in old Japanese legends had their faces the only human part, though. Seriously? Guess that makes me the one who didn't do their research then. Yeah, I feel like it's more... Seems less fake if you do something a little different, right? From what, like, most people expect. The body's lower half is identical to a fish's tail. If this was a fish, it'd be a pretty huge one. This really is a corpse. I wonder when they died. I doubt their body would have ended up this desiccated if it had been in the sea this whole time. I think there's the possibility that they died, shriveled up into a mummy-like state, then their body fell into the sea and got washed up here. It makes for quite the enigma, that's for sure. There's no sign of any external wounds. I can't see anything that could have caused her death, at least. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards it being a fake of some kind. What do you think? It's true that many of the mermaid mummies discovered were ultimately found to be man-made in origin. Mermaid mummy. Now it's believed to be either the embalmed or mummified remains of mermaids are preserved in temples throughout Japan. Among them, several are said to bestow blessings such as eternal youth and longevity or sound health, and are treated as objects of worship. In the 1970s, some garnered so much attention after being featured on TV that people traveled en masse to see them, prompting some temples and shrines to discontinue public viewings. Mermaid mummies have also been documented in other countries. In the 1800s, the exhibition of mermaid mummies as exotic curios became a widespread phenomenon across Europe and the United States. Although these mummies were originally believed to be genuine, subsequent analysis has revealed fibers from materials such as wood and paper in their composition, exposing them to be man-made in origin. The quality of some mermaid mummies crafted in Japan during the Edo period was particularly high, with several being widely circulated, especially in Europe. However, the revelation that many of these mermaids were man-made does not disprove the existence of mermaids, and debate on the topic continues even today. The Turninator. And the booby bravo. You won't find me complaining if it is. I need to investigate a fake corpse after all. Yeah, that's being too optimistic, though. We'll just have to see about that, won't we? When I first saw this expression, I thought they must have died in unbelievable agony. At the same time, I can't help but feel like they look almost satisfied. Could just be my imagination, though. Satisfied, What you thinking? Nothing. Okay, awesome. For First things first, let's start by taking a good look at the corpse. I've done that already. If we really do have a mermaid on our hands, I think all those stories about becoming immortal from eating mermaid flesh are true. Oh, so you're curious about that too, detective? Well, I don't know if I'd actually want to eat it, though. Living forever doesn't necessarily mean you'll be happy, you know? Besides, I can't say I find the thought of eating meat from this thing all that appealing. I see. I suppose that's a natural response. There are plenty of people who'd be interested in getting their hands on this corpse for that exact reason. I can see that. We might even have people fighting over it if it gets out. All the more reason to try and keep it hidden. Sure is a troublesome thing we've got on our hands here. Well, I think we have a decent grasp of the situation now. What's your opinion, Soto? First of all, based on the state of the corpse, I think it's safe to say that this is another case of the curse of the forsaken fish. Some of the residual curse energy is still lingering around the body. Just as expected then. I suppose that's no surprise. Huh? What was that just now? We'll try to explain our understanding of the case so far, Detective. I realize some of it might sound a bit absurd, but please bear with us. This corpse is neither a fake, nor could it be called a mermaid. It is the remains of a human, one transformed into a fish as a result of the curse. What? A former human? A curse too? It's pretty hard to know what to say to that. One thing's for sure, that's not gonna fly in the case report by itself. Can I explain a bit more for me? Of course. Let's start with an explanation of our circumstances then. I'll let you handle the explanations, ma'am. Of course. Leave it to me. In return, I'll be counting on you to handle the report. Ah, confound it. First, I suppose I should start with a brief explanation of the department I work for. Wait, are you part of some secret department in the security division over in Tokyo? Are you sure you should be telling me something like that? I'm not gonna get caught up in any troublesome business if you do, am I? No need to worry. I doubt it will come to that. Probably. Our work is mostly kept a secret because it's something of a pain to find people who will accept, let alone understand, the circumstances each time. But you've been very supportive so far, so I can't imagine that will be a problem. Well, if you really insist, go ahead, I guess. As you say, my department is indeed part of the security division. Its proper name is the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Yes, yes. Although officially called the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Security Division Paranormal Affairs Bureau, Jesus Christ! It is more commonly referred to simply as Paranormal Affairs. Only a handful of people know of its existence, even within the police force. As the name suggests, this unit specializes in the investigation and resolution of cases involving paranormal phenomena. Since the existence of such happenings is not public knowledge, nor is it readily believed to be the general population, the Bureau's activities are conducted in the utmost secrecy. There we go. As there are currently only 5 members in the unit, including the chief, they utilize a network of psychic contacts across the country to assist with their cases. The current chief of Paranormal Affairs is a man named Koiru Nakagoshi. Although said to have been born into a family of psychics who have been involved in keeping the world safe from paranormal phenomena for generations, Koiru is an elusive figure. Very few have met him in person. He is rarely seen in the office. It is said that this is because he is often being the target of curses. However, some theorize that it is in fact because Koiru is not actually a flesh and blood human, with some going so far as to question whether he really exists. His seat in his office is usually occupied by his familiar, Anue, a legendary creature found in Japanese folklore. The Anue resembles an ordinary white thrush and acts as Koiru's messenger, leading to bizarre scenes of police officers earnestly reporting their findings to a bird. I kind of forgot about that. The term Nakagoshi case serves as a code name used to refer to cases under investigation by Paranormal Affairs. Yes, yes. Jeez, Paranormal Affairs Bureau, huh? Though if there really are cases of spiritual phenomena causing harm around the place, I guess it's not that hard to believe there'd be some sort of organization to deal with them within the police. Precisely. I'm glad you're so quick on the uptake. Well, after seeing that corpse over there, there's not much else I can do but believe it, you know? Oh, does that mean you have spirit sense? Or some other sort of psychic powers? Not to any notable degree, I'm afraid. As I mentioned, I am primarily a housewife. If you ask me, I would rather sort this all out and get back home to my husband as soon as possible. Right. Zelda here was my husband's protege when he used to work as a psychic, though. He helps me out on any work I'm assigned to. I am responsible for handling any spiritual work that comes up, yes. Spiritual work, huh? Hearing you say that like it's just another job really makes me feel like we're talking about another industry entirely. But if you really are just a housewife, Mrs. Shiki, why are you working for a special unit like that? I know it's none of my business, but if your husband is a psychic, wouldn't all this be more in his line of work? True. Personally, I'd also rather our roles were reversed. But there are several reasons why that unfortunately can't be the case. I see. I don't really know your circumstances, but it sounds pretty tough. Either way, I should be good to put this down as a paranormal affairs case, right? That should be fine, yes. You can leave the rest of the investigation to us. We'll also handle the reports. More specifically, so do his face. He kinda looks like a fish when he makes that face. Really? Thanks, that's a great help. Not again. Oh dear. Itensai Shiki's wife. Her age is still secret. A woman who balances her work as a housewife with her position as a full-time employee of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, a secret department within Tokyo Metropolitan Police. Although the very image of a refined lady in appearance, she has a surprisingly free-spirited personality and tends to find anything she has no interest in too bothersome to take seriously. Things that do catch her attention, on the other hand, often command all of it, and she'll actively involve herself in looking into them. She utterly adores her husband, swooning in admiration whenever the topic turns to him. She is also viewed with affection by her co-workers, who call her ma'am. Out of the 5 current full-time members of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, Yumeko alone lacks any particular metaphysical abilities despite possessing a meager degree of spirit sense. Even so, she was chosen to be part of the Bureau's elite unit for very particular reasons. Reasons known only to a handful of people close to her. There was once one other member of the Bureau who had no paranormal powers to speak of, veteran police detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi, and the two occasionally worked on investigations together. When dispatched on assignments now, she always pairs up with freelance psychic detective Soto Kiryu, leaving all paranormal-related procedures, and often her much despised paperwork, to him. Yumeko's husband is also a psychic by the name of Itensai Shiki, and Soto is his cherished protege. So, I mean, I'm assuming this is the timeline where Tsutsumi didn't die because none of that fucking happened. Because Seiman killed Yoko, right? I'm assuming. I could be wrong. They could be like, this is actually the timeline where he's fucking dead because his daughter fucking beat his ass. But to be fair, he was pretty old in the previous game as well, so he might be retired or something. I wouldn't be shocked by that. Psychic / spirit sense. The various abnormal occurrences attributed to the spirits of the dead are collectively referred to as spiritual phenomena. These can range from small peculiarities, such as being able to see things that shouldn't be there, hearing strange sounds, or feeling a sudden unnatural chill, to larger scale phenomena, powerful enough to defy the laws of physics, potentially even triggering natural disasters. Powerful spiritual phenomena that cause unwanted effects by interfering with nature or tampering with the human body or mind are called curses. Curses can themselves be divided into 2 categories. Those that occur naturally, often arising from negative emotions such as deep resentment from the dead, and those that are intentionally created by someone with spiritual abilities using an existing spirit or grudge. However, creating a curse is quite difficult, and there is a risk of the curse rebounding and causing harm to the creator instead. The more powerful the curse, the more stringent the conditions that are required to use it. The ability to sense the energy of spirits and spiritual phenomena is known as spirit sense. The strength of this ability varies from person to person, and while it can be increased to a certain extent through trading, it ultimately comes down to the individual's innate talent. According to those who have it, spirit sense is similar to a sense of smell. The lingering spiritual energy in an area can be detected by what feels like specialized sense organs, conveying information such as the relative strength of the phenomenon and whether it is benevolent or malevolent in nature. Those with a particularly potent spirit sense are also able to glean specific details from the energy, and even track it down to identify its origin. However, as spiritual energy is unaffected by air movement, it's not possible to use wind to drive it away. The ability to see spiritual phenomena is considered a psychic ability, further described below. Spiritual phenomena occur regardless of one's ability to perceive them, so many people that lack spirit sense are affected by such phenomena without any awareness of the cause. As spirit sense is impossible to quantify, comparing its strength between individuals is difficult. However, as tolerance to forcible exposure to spiritual phenomena is comparable to tolerance to alcohol, there are those who use this comparison when explaining to others. Psychic ability is a special power to interact with or influence spirits. It covers a wide range of abilities, from simply being able to see spirits to being able to directly control or exercise them. It also includes the ability to intentionally induce spiritual phenomena in order to use specific skills such as peering into the future, capturing images with psychic photography, or searching for objects using dowsing. Individuals who possess such abilities are known as psychics. People who possess spirit sense but lack psychic ability are particularly susceptible to the influence of spiritual phenomena, whether they are aware of it or not, and as such often fall victim to supernatural disasters or disturbances. So, does that mean that you came all the way to Mie because you knew something like this was going to happen? Oh, that's awfully perceptive of you, detective. I suppose you could say that, yes. At the very least, the situation hasn't come as a huge surprise. If that's the case. Was the body from the other day in one of those cases too, then? Unidentified skeletons. It was indeed, yes. Seriously? That does sound like a pain to deal with. I bet our chief knew all about this when he assigned me to the case. If it lessens the burden, you've been a great help to us so far, detective. I mean, I guess. He's kind of just been here. I don't mind occult stuff, so I've been asking all these questions out of curiosity. It's probably best I don't get too involved in all this paranormal business, right? We must have had a good reason for keeping it under wraps, after all. I think that would be wise, yes. At first glance, he seems the sort to find hard work troublesome, but he's proven himself to be quite a thoughtful individual. If that attitude of his is a desperate ploy to get those he's dealing with to lower their guard, he's certainly not one to be underestimated. He's had his gaze fixed on the corpse ever since we got here. I suppose he's curious to know what led to his current state. That or he's like hella zoning out. Or maybe both. Still, I never thought there's a curse out there that can turn people into fish. And it only half worked, so the victim ended up looking like a mermaid. And that's bound to cause misunderstandings. The curse is originally meant to turn a person's whole body into that of a fish, you see. The victim died before the transformation was complete, so stopped before it could reach that point. The vast majority of the mermaids discovered over the years are either man-made fakes or victims of the same curse. I see. To be honest, part of me was kind of excited when I first saw what it looked like. I thought that might mean that there are really mermaids out there, you know? Exactly like the ones you hear about in stories. I'm afraid we can neither confirm or deny things there. Oh, I get why you're asking about the corpse identity now. It's because you realize they used to be human, right? That's right. Very recently, too. The transformation likely happened yesterday, or even earlier today. What? How recently? Someone could really end up in a state like this after just a day? They certainly could. Seriously? These curses sure are scary. Well, I'll get forensics to take a look when they get here then. Please do. The investigator in question has worked on paranormal affairs cases before, so they shouldn't need any explanation. Right, the case from yesterday. Great. That should save us some effort then. Curse one day, a modified course the next. Sure is a scary world we live in. You know, I sometimes find myself wondering if I have a bit of spirit sense as well. There have been times I've caught sight of strange things when walking down a road at night. When I looked into it later, I found that the place I'd walked by had been the site of an accident or the like. Oh, that might be the real deal then. It's definitely a possibility. I would advise not going too close to anything you see of that nature. It becomes easier for them to target you if they realize you're aware of them, you see. Jeez, what would happen then? I guess I'd end up possessed or something. There is that danger, yes. In the event you are possessed. You may find yourself afflicted by headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations. Memory problems and impaired thinking are also not unheard of. Ugh. Headaches and muscle stiffness definitely ring a bell. I sure hope it isn't the work of some spirit. Are you possessed or do you have... Are you possessed or are you sick? That's a real question, huh? People have their personalities taken over when possessed too? It may be possible with spirits who have very close relationships to their target, such as if they were siblings or were parent and child. We almost never hear about people being taken over completely. The negative effects I just mentioned are primarily caused by the two parties not being in sync. And that's good to know, I think. Even if a spirit were able to successfully possess someone, you'd only be able to pressure them to behave in ways that would be unusual for the individual in question. I see, but in that case, there's no way of knowing whether you're behaving that way of your own will or not, right? Exactly. That's the problem with the cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Huh, so that's how things work there. As far as I know, I haven't been having any problems like that, though, so I think I should be fine. Ma'am. What is it? Perhaps I could use my shotgun ability and see if it produces any results. Yeah, that's an excellent idea. I almost forgot we had such a handy trick up our sleeve. Shaga? What does that do? Patience, detective. You'll see soon enough. Right. There. It's done. Oh, so my pal did it. Well done, Soda. What's all this about, then? Soda can see the face of the deceased from a piece of the remains, however small. He can then sketch their features based on what he saw. Ah, so that's how you get a sketch of the victim in that other case. An ability like that would be priceless if we could use it on the Force, you know. Well, I hear it doesn't always work, so it's unfortunately not foolproof. So, what did our victim look like? Oh, fuck! That's Yuzu's mom. How about that? I think it might be faster to see for yourself. This face. It's Samakawa. Wait, Samakawa? Can't mean... Huh? Okay, so his moves are right behind then, huh? Jeez. I look like Yuzo's mom. Samakawa, huh? That makes sense. Oh yeah, Mari Samakawa. Yeah. Interesting. Well, that sucks for Yuza. Date unknown. Welcome, ma'am. I've been waiting for you. The site where the bones were found is a little ways offshore from this beach. You went ahead and started the investigation, I see. Thanks for that. Not at all. You clearing everything with local police meant all I had to do was arrive and inspect the remains myself. To go straight to the point, there's no doubt. Signs of a curse are clearly evident. The skeletal remains are tied to a supernatural incident. Seems I was right to trust my intuition on this one. Alright then, let me hear the full report. Understood. Why does Mary know? Or how do they know Mary? That's the question, huh? This is the town of Ichika in Toba City. The area is a historic place known for its salmon divers. Oh, I know it well. It's also famous as the filming location of one of Japan's most well-known monster films. I wouldn't know about that myself, ma'am, but you seem unusually well-versed in that area. Those old tokusatsu films are the best. You should watch them for yourself, Soto. As you wish. I'll look into it. I know someone who would very much agree. Ichika Town is a fishing settlement located within Toba City on the eastern tip of the Shiba Peninsula. The area takes its name from Ichikajima, an island offshore of the region. It said that the hollow in the center of the island was so reflective as to resemble a mirror, leading to Yamato Hime no Mikoto giving it its current name, which is written with the characters for stone and mirror. The Rias coastline is a particularly beautiful sight, and is well known as the spot to watch the sunrise. It is also notable as the filming location of the first entry in one of Japan's most famous monster film series, and sees many visits from fans as a result. Toba City. A city located on the northeastern tip of the Shima Peninsula, adjacent to Ise City. Jesus Christ. Adjacent to Ise City and Shima City. Along with the city itself, its administrative area also encompasses 4 populated islands. The combined area of modern Toba City and Shima City was formerly known as Shima Province. Its coastline features one of Japan's most notable ryokos. It is renowned not only for its marine industries, but also for its popularity as a tourist destination. Having originally sprung up as a castle town of the Toba domain, the years following the Meiji era saw Toba flourish as the center of the Shima region. With an abundance of marine products available in its waters, it is also famous for being home to the highest number of active ABBA divers in Japan. There are many guest houses run by ABBA divers and fishermen along the shore, providing visitors to the area with the opportunity to enjoy fresh seafood. Yum. Blah. God, you're tall. He has his shoulders. God. Attention, an earnest young man. His mentor, my husband, has nothing but praise for his skills, so he has my complete trust. I know I shouldn't rely on him too much, but he's so good at noticing the finer details, I often find myself doing so. Skeletal remains. So again, shall we review the details of the case? Is that really necessary? Summarizing may help us notice something we missed. No day goes past that I don't admire your diligence, Soto. My thanks. I'll strive to be brief. A few days ago, a fisherman off the coast here hauled up a long, rod-like object. It resembled a human bone, so he notified the police. That was about 10 days ago. So he fished it up completely by chance. Following that, the police conducted an underwater investigation of the surrounding area. They discovered multiple skeletal remains in a fissure beneath the rocks. All the remains were already severely deteriorated, with each being several years to several decades old. As a result, forensics struggled to identify the victims. There was just too little to go on. Only fragments of the skulls remained, so facial reconstruction was apparently not possible. Hardly surprising in such a state. Still, with your ability, we hardly need facial reconstruction, do we? Indeed. I'll report my discoveries shortly. My wife's boyfriend, that character. You know, one possibility comes to mind. Will you humor me? Please, go ahead. I wonder if the skeletal remains could be the victims of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster from 5 years ago. I was kind of thinking that too. I mean, especially if Mare later and after this ends up being the mermaid, the mummified mermaid there. Regrettably, that's not the case. Oh, darn it. Okay, never mind. He still sounds so defeated. Forensics confirmed 5 bodies in total. They said they each had decomposed over a different length of time. Oh? I mean, they didn't all die at the same time. Correct. The most recent appears to date back 6 years. Ah, okay. The others go back some 10 years before that, and another 10, and so on. So roughly 1 body every 10 years. Indeed. I imagine that any older remains may have simply decayed entirely. Which means someone's been using that fissure as a place to dump corpses for decades. It's surrounded by rock and with minimal currents in the area, and it's unlikely to drift there naturally. Had the bone not been fished up by chance, we'd never have known. In other words, it was an ideal site for quietly disposing of bodies. So this was no accident. Someone did this. I imagine quite some resentment must have piled up over the years. Indeed, but I've already cleansed the lingering resentment in the area. Leaving such resentment to fester could lead to a curse manifesting after all. Yeah. Don't need more of that, huh? Efficient as always. My thanks. There is one more point of concern that all the remains have in common. Go on. Each body bore clean, precise cuts, clearly severed. Severed? You're saying they were sliced straight through the bone. I like this sprite. Exactly. Each was sliced down through the bone, all with a clean cut, smooth as the last. Forensics know that reproducing such uniform cuts would be extremely difficult. Even with industrial equipment, such precision would have been unachievable decades ago. One possible explanation. A curse? Is that a master swordsman wielding a razor sharp katana cleaved each of them in a single stroke. Somehow I don't think it's that. Yes, well that would certainly explain it. But warriors don't exactly run around with swords in this day and age. Which brings us to the possibility of a curse, I suppose. Correct. If the cuts were made by supernatural means, the rules change. As it turns out, there were traces of a curse at each of the severed points. It was just a matter of time until we found one. Also, for the briefest moment, I glimpsed a curse echo that looked like a warrior in armor. A curse echo in armor? So there's a curse. Yes, judging from the crest on its armor and given our location, it appears to be a curse tied to the Heike. Heike. Right, the Heike. You are familiar with the Heike, I assume. Well, no. The Heike? I'm not too sure. The Heike were a branch of the Taira clan, a warrior family who rose to power at the end of the Heian period. From their base in Ise province, they expanded their influence, reaching great heights under Taira no Kiyomori. In their pride, they were defeated by the Genji in what is known as the Genpei War. Ah, yes, of course, I knew that. Yeah, sure. The tale of the Heike preserved just how prosperous they were before they fell. Many who lived through the downfall carried deep regrets. Their resentment is especially persistent. Many traces remain even today, and they can be quite meddlesome. Indeed, you hear about it all over the place. I guess even by expert standards, it's quite the problem. Abbreviated genealogy of the Heike. Taira no Masamori, Tadamori, and then Kiyomori, Iemori, Tsunemori, Norimori, Yorimori, Tadanori, oh Jesus Christ. Shigemori, Motomori, Munemori, Tomomori, Noriko, Koremori. Okay. That's a lot of names that I can't say I know. Heike were part of the Ise Taira clan, which itself was an Ise-based branch of the Taira clan, a prominent samurai family of the Heian period. Although the entire Ise Taira clan was greatly influential, Heike refers to the particularly prosperous lineage of Taira no Matsumori, Taira no Tadamori, and Taira no Kiyomori. Known as one of the most prominent samurai families of the Heian period alongside the Minamoto clan, the Taira clan was originally based in the Kanto region. However, following Taira no Masakado's uprising against the central government in the year 935, and suppression at the hands of Taira no Sadamori, the latter's son, Kodahira, moved to Ise province, where he came to wield significant political power. This was the start of what would become known as the Ise Taira clan. 4 generations on from Kodahira, Taira no Masamori consolidated the family's influence in Ise. His successor, Tadamori, was granted permission to enter the imperial court in 1132, eventually attaining a rank equal to that of nobility. The distinguished military exploits of Tadamori's son, Taira no Kiyomori, further led to Kiyomori's promotion to Daijo Daijin, Chancellor of the Realm, the highest possible governmental rank, in 1167. In 1180, Kiyomori's daughter Noriko married into the imperial family, and her son ascended the throne as emperor, enabling the Heike to consolidate their monopoly on political authority. Thus, the Taira clan came to dominate the political landscape at the time. Such was their wealth and power that one member of the clan is said to remark that all those who did not belong to the Taira clan were to be considered people of no position. However, this golden age of the Taira clan did not last long. Their arrogant rule and dictatorial grasp on power led to many turning against the Taira clan. The stirrings of rebellion soon came to a head, with several prominent figures joining forces in a bid to overthrow them. In the midst of the resulting years of warfare, Kiyomori died of illness in March 1181. Despite losing one of their key members, the Taira clan continued to struggle against their opponents, but to no avail. In 1185, they were finally defeated in the Battle of Dan no Ura, and many of its members, including Kiyomori's grandson, Emperor Antoku, who was still a child at the time, were lost beneath the waves of Dan no Ura, burdened with unfulfilled ambitions. It is said that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, regarded since ancient times as a symbol of imperial authority, was also lost at sea that day. After their defeat, the surviving members of the Taira clan, now disgraced as fallen warriors, scattered across the country and lived out their days in hiding. Even to this day, legends of Taira clan survivors persist in various regions across Japan. Okay, that's a lot of history. What's more, the katana that Kursaku carried. I believe it may have been the famed blade Nukemaru. Nukemaru? Nukemaru? Yes, the blade passed down through the Heike, once wielded by Taira no Tadamori. I see. It would seem your love of swords has proved rather useful here. So what you're saying is that these skeletal remains were cut and killed by the power of Tadamori's curse? I can't say it was Tadamori himself, but I am confident it was a curse from someone within the Heike. At the very least, it offers an explanation for those mysteriously perfect cuts. But the body's being dumped over decades. Surely that can't be the curse too, can it? Correct. I imagine that part likely involves further intervention by someone else. So this was an accident by some spontaneous curse. There's a perpetrator out there. 5 decades worth as well. Jeez. Indeed. However, I can't imagine any psychic with enough power to wield such a curse would dispose of bodies so poorly. My theory is that someone is using a curse stone. They are killing through its curse, and then discarding the bodies. A curse stone? Think of it as a talisman unless even those without spirit sense use the power of curses. They're created when intense resentment fuses with a suitable relic. That sounds dangerously convenient. There were a few incidents involving curse stones in Tokyo last year, actually. Didn't you hear? Oh, was that literally just last year? Damn. Oh, now that you mention it, that somewhat rings a bell. Curse stone is a type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of the feast of shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. Yes, I think we remember those. So, in short, whoever's behind this possesses a stone imbued with the Heike's curse. They use it to kill someone roughly every decade, dumping the body into the sea. Yes, that lines up the evidence. Thank you for the summary. Now then, about those skeletal remains. Were you able to use your shotgun, Soto? Yes, I did. I only worked on the most recent body, though. The one from 6 years ago. By being part of his remains, I was able to reconstruct a portrait sketch of how he looked when he was alive. Here is a copy. Now I've already provided one to the police as well. Impressive! That ability of yours remains quite the asset. Not always. There are times when the vision just doesn't come through. It's far from infallible. Besides, there are those who could simply speak directly with the victim's spirit and ask who did it. Even so, none of those methods would hold up as admissible evidence in court. But as the lead in our investigation, it's more than enough. Excellent work. Thank you. We had the police compare the sketch against missing people from 6 years ago. But no matches were found. Darn, would have made things much easier. Detective Vide is continuing the investigation. Ah, the detective with the local police. I've heard he's good, so let's hope he proves it. Toba seabed skeletons. A case in which multiple human skeletons were recovered from a deep fissure on the Toba seabed. The initial estimate indicated that at least 5 bodies had been disposed of there. The following information has not been made available to the public. Victims' identities unclear, all victims are male. Each body is thought to have been disposed of at different times. The most recent body dates to about 6 years ago. Facial sketch of this individual obtained using Sodokiri's Shagan ability. The other remains show signs of gradual aging, with the oldest dating back more than 30 years. Although the presence of older remains has also been confirmed, they have completely decayed, and it is impossible to tell how old they are. It is unlikely that the bodies could have drifted into the fissure naturally, so it is thought that someone has been discarding them there every few years. Each skeleton shows signs of a clean, precise cut inflicted by a sharp blade. Traces of a curse were also detected from around the severed sections. The victims are believed to have been killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Heike. Say, Soto, that sketch of yours. Maybe we should show it to some of the locals. Ah, good point. Someone might recognize him if they were around here 6 years ago. If we can identify the victim, it could help us trace the one who used the curse. I guess we can't just leave things be now that we know there is a curse involved. Honestly, I'd rather not deal with it. Here you go again. Are you sure that's something you should be saying out loud? I love this facial expression so much. He looks so distressed. Obviously not. I just want to get this over with and go home, that's all. Yes, yes, we all know how much you love your home. State of the sea. You can see the sea from here all the way to Kamishima. You sense anything out there, Soto? Yes, I do. The waters south of Kamishima are saturated with the powerful presence of the curse of the raging waves. I can sense it even from this distance. That's how strong it is. Is that so? Looking at the sea, I can't see a thing. I just hope this means we've made it in time. Even during the disaster 5 years ago, the energy was never this overwhelming. The seal is broken. There's no doubt about it. So it's already broken. That isn't good. The sea still seems calm, though. Does the storm not break out immediately? Yes, something seems to be holding it back for now. Oh, so there's a silver lining at least. It seems stable for the moment. We probably have 2 or 3 days of safety.
Then we've got a bit of breathing room. Perhaps there's still something we can do. Curse of Raging Waves. A curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms in the seas around Kamishima. It's said that the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Taishima, an island once located to the south of Kamishima, after someone brought about its destruction. Excuse me. Some believe that several disasters that have struck Kamishima in the past were actually caused by this curse in some manner, including the Kamishima South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. The person accused of bringing the curse to Kamishima was called the Raging Waves Curse Bearer and was shunned by the island's inhabitants. I hope we can do something about the curse of the Raging Waves until it's still being held back. Or while it's still being held back, even. Yes, but despite all efforts, we still haven't found a way to lift the curse. We might have quite a struggle ahead of us. That's really the heart of the problem, isn't it? And we have no idea where your ancestors' keepsake is, either. I apologize on behalf of my family. Ma'am, behind you. Behind me? Oh, hello. Who's that? Just someone from town passing by? Okay. Ah, she bolted. Soto, after her. On it. What's her problem, huh? Hey, stop. Let me go. I didn't do nothing wrong. I've apprehended the suspect. Good work. Sorry for the rough handling. Mind helping us out a bit? What were you doing here? Why did you run? What? Don't get smart with me. You're the suspicious one, sneaking around and poking into things. You think folks won't be wary with shady types like you wandering through town? I see. Sorry if we gave you a scare. We're with the police. Nothing shady here. You're with the police? Seriously? You heard about the skeletal remains found nearby, yes? That's what we're looking into. She has a point. She was just standing there. Yeah, she wouldn't be fine if she didn't run. You don't look like police. Say, do you live around here? There's something I'd like you to take a quick look at. Do you recognize this face at all? We believe he may have been around here about 6 years ago. Huh? Nope, don't know him. I see. And could you point us in the direction of someone who might know about people coming and going in town? No idea. Ask whoever you want. Can I go now? I've got nothing to do with this. Don't know a thing. Is there any crime? Don't think so. Yeah, but it looks suspicious. It's not like she's being arrested. If you run from like a crime scene, you know. Sorry. Alright, sorry for holding you up. What a peculiar woman. It was like her mind was somewhere else entirely. Well, either way, we should talk to more people in town. Agreed. Also, could you ask around and find out who that woman is? Of course. Several hours later. Ma'am, I've learned a few things. Excellent. Let's hear it. We split up to ask around town, but all the leads I found didn't actually lead anywhere. I'm just not cut out for this kind of legwork. Oh hey, look at that. Maverick Manny. I didn't so much as flinch at the thought of tedious door-to-door investigation. Not to mention he's good at it. Having him here is a huge help. Why isn't he the one who's employed by Paranormal Affairs? I showed the sketch of the victim to several townsfolk. However, it seemed that no one here recognized him at all. Unfortunate, and I suppose chances are he wasn't from this area to begin with. Guess we'll have to place our hopes on Detective Ide then. You don't suppose we might be working with a bad sketch here? You needn't worry about that. I'm confident in the likeness. It should be a near perfect match. You're right. I'm sure it's close. Sorry for doubting you. I also asked around about the woman we encountered earlier. Apparently, she isn't originally from this town. Oh? Is that so? Indeed. Apparently she wandered to town about 5 years ago. She's been living alone in a cheap rental apartment on the outskirts of town ever since. When she first arrived, she had nothing but an old wooden box, which she was clutching as if it were very dear to her. Nothing but an old wooden box. Supposedly, she used to work as an ama diver. Her mom, when she first moved here, she'd occasionally go diving for fish. But these days, she keeps to herself, and no one ever sees her diving anymore. No one really knows how she supports herself, and many of the islanders find her unsettling. Perhaps she fled from something and moved her life here. That was suggested, yes. She's never spoken about her past, so no one knows for sure. Although, according to her landlord, she's never been late on rent. And she's never caused any problems either. Still, it seems odd she gets so worked up about strangers coming to town. Doesn't seem like she's in any position to be worrying about that. You think she might be hiding something? It's possible. Her attitude changed the moment we said we were with the police. Perhaps she was keeping watch over the coast where the bodies were dumped, waiting to see if someone showed up. Right. I mean, the most recent body is from 6 years ago, and she arrived in town 5 years back. The timing is rather suspicious when you look at it like that. You'd best keep an eye on her. Agreed. Were you able to get her name? Apparently her last name is Somakawa, but I didn't manage to get her first name. Somakawa? Why does the name sound so familiar? You've heard it before? I think so, but I can't quite remember where. But I'm a woman who cast off her past long ago. I guess I shouldn't let it bother me. Not this again. Let's leave any time-consuming background checks to Detective Ide. Very well, I'll inform him. Interesting. I guess they could be the same person, or they could be related. They do look very similar. Just looks a lot older. Or at least she looks like she's been through a lot of shit. Which, to be fair, if they are the same person, it would track. Don't know. A woman living in Toba, although she occasionally does work as an ama diver, it is unclear who she is and where she came from. She apparently showed up in Toba about 5 years ago with nothing but a grubby wooden box to her name, and has been living there ever since. So, that's interesting. So this means that woman might have been marking us since we got here. It's possible, and I apologize for not noticing sooner. Even a moment's lapse can expose one to a curse. I was careless, but I won't let it happen again. You could be cursed that easily. That's terrifying. What a world we live in. That concludes all the information I gathered from my inquiries. That helps a lot. Thanks. Shall I summarize our next steps? Yes, I suppose we need to do something about all this. Let's see. Regarding the unidentified skeletons, until we can identify the victim from the sketch, we have no other leads to move forward. I believe this is best left in Detective Ide's hands. Yes, agreed. And I think the same goes for that Somakawa woman from earlier. We'll have Detective Ide look into her. It's nice to have someone we can rely on. Agreed on that end, too. In other words, we can safely leave the skeleton case to him for now. Yes, though we should remain vigilant regarding the curse stones. Regarding our main objective, or the so-called Curse of the Raging Waves. Without knowing how to lift it, there's not much we can do right now. I don't suppose there's a chance you'd be able to break the curse using brute force? You're quite good at that. It's certainly an option if worse comes to worse, but I can't say I have high hopes it will work. I guess it would be more realistic to try to find some clues about the whereabouts of your ancestors' keepsake instead. Indeed, it is said that item may hold the key to lifting the curse of the raging waves. But even the location of the map pointing to that keepsake has unfortunately been lost to time. Although the map is said to be hidden inside the model of a mermaid mommy. Mermaid mommy? Mermaid mummy. Jesus. What's wrong with me? One rumor says it was sold overseas during the Edo period. Doesn't sound promising. If we can't find it, I guess we're back to trying to break the curse with brute force. Let's even consider that route. We need much more intel from the island. Which is why we need to head to Kamishima. And at the very least, advise the locals to evacuate. Yes, hopefully someone of influence there will believe us about the curse of the raging waves. Is something wrong? No, it's just that one of the islanders I spoke with seems to be calling me over. Something may have happened. I'll go find out. Please do. Ma'am. What was it? The person who called me over shared a new piece of information. They were told to keep it a secret, but I opened up since we're with the police. Go on. Early this morning, down by the shore, they apparently found something that resembled the corpse of a mermaid. A mermaid? Really? That same person reported it to be a local authority. I was immediately ordered to tell no one, not even the police. You're kidding me. That local authority then contacted an unknown individual. Soon after, someone came and secretly retrieved the mermaid corpse. That couldn't be more suspicious, could it? Exactly. They were uneasy about the whole thing, which is why they confided in me. What should we do? She has really freaky eyes. They're really pretty, but they're really scary looking too. They're so pale. So they describe what the mermaid looked like. Yes, it said from the head to the shoulders it was human, below that, entirely fish. So it's not the classic mermaid from fairy tales, it would seem. Only the head was human, They also said it was completely dried out, almost mummified. The face was unrecognizable. They thought it resembled a local ama diver named Tamiko Suma. What? Apparently, she went out diving alone this morning, and hasn't returned. That's likely what worried the witness the most. That is troubling. Damn it, just what we needed. More things to deal with. First things first, let's deal with this mermaid story. Come on. Interesting. There's so much going on. Have they explained why her neck's so dirty? I think that's shading. Okay, let's do this. I think we have a little more time. Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet with us at such short notice. I understand you're a busy man. Not like I have much choice when it's some bigwig for the prefectural police badgering me to do so. So, you're Shiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Security Division, was it? Ha! I thought you were just some housemaid. You sure you're from the police in that getup? Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. You're also known as Unkakudono, I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. Rumors, eh? Unkakudono. Yoshiatsu Yamashina. Occupation tycoon. Age 70. A wealthy tycoon who owns multiple companies and swathes of land, particularly in the Tsu and Issei areas. Born in the Taisho period, unmarried. His family first came into business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town selling talismans, miscanthus, reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the Meiji period, this business expanded into a trading company, and the Yamashina family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family business and daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned, using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks, a practice that made him extremely wealthy. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a particular liking to. This approach led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which include Shinobu Wakimura of Kamishima. Those who have received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unkakudono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as legal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control. All in an effort to garner even more status and money. Yeah, that tracks. In the shadow of the many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen into bankruptcy or been arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Yeah, that sounds about right. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers both publicly and privately. He has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of a successor, driven by his determination that his beloved fortune should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amounts of money into research on the topic. Oh, not this shit again! Oh no, not this shit again! That's the same as, oh god, I don't even remember her name. The Hihaku Soaps CEO, right? From the first game. Tax evasion, my man! Oh, why does he look like that? His eyes just like... hand in hand. Yes, I hear you've been doing some, under-the-table research into immortality. And so what if I am? Well, no, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but it does make you just a bit more relatable. You can laugh all you want, once it's got to do with the police anyway. It seems on this particular occasion it has quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately. You don't say. These splendid gardens all fall within the grounds of Mr. Yamashina's Issei City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family. I don't think he cares about that. But I suppose he has an image to maintain. Oh hey. Gimme. What's your name, huh? Chitin Killer. Haha. That's cool. I like that one. God, he's so tall. Or maybe... I mean, maybe she's just short, but... Good God, man. People like Yamashina have a tendency to underestimate me whenever I meet with them alone. Having someone intimidating like Soda with me gets them to take me more seriously. I'm glad he's here with me today. Ah, good old misogyny. Oh, I didn't realize it was already checked. I'm amazed we were able to get an appointment with him this quickly. Yes, and all thanks to Detective Ide. It would seem he's quite the capable fellow. I wonder what the point of this is, other than, like, spawning those easier. Is there any other reason for this? Does it literally just make it easier to see them? This is Yoshiatsu Yamashina. He's a tycoon with multiple properties and companies to his name, mostly based here in Iseshima. He's long been rumored of being involved in various trading dealings. Special Investigations has had an eye on him for a while now, but they haven't managed to find any concrete evidence so far. It seems he has a knack for pinning the blame on his subordinates before finding a way to slip away. Needless to say, he and the police are quite familiar with each other by this point. Though, I don't doubt he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind the scenes. There's no need for me to get involved in all that. I'll be satisfied as long as I get the information we need from him. I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning? What? That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it into police custody. No idea what you're on about. Yeah, bullshit, man. Of course, you will get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange. Like I said, no idea what you're on about. If that's all you came here for, then scram. Oh, pity. I really thought you'd be interested in what we had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality. Oh yeah, she does actually have dirt on her neck, huh? Or that might actually be a burn. Or a birthmark or something. I get the sense it's probably a burn. Well, I suggest we barely know each other. It's only natural that you'd be wary of our intentions. Would you say it's a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Unkakudono? Apparently he wears that crested hakama every day. Not exactly casual wear for most people. Wearing something like that in the summer heat. That's commitment to keeping up appearances. Scales, maybe? I kind of doubt that. I don't think she's a mermaid. I think everything we've seen of Scales so far, albeit we've only seen one. Maybe she likes a little swimming. I mean, everything we've seen so far, I don't know. They seem like pretty colorful fish scales, you know? About Yamashina. I hear you've been putting quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth? Useless, a lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that have all this new generation tripe to go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out here strutting around like they own the place. Far too big for their britches. Yeah, I have nothing to support my claim. My, what a scathing review. Would a resident member of the new generation like to comment at all? I love his expressions the most so far. His are so good, because he looks like he should be like super serious all the time, and he acts serious all the time. Or most of the time, that is. Please don't call me that. I hear you've been searching for a successor, though. Given your strong appearance on the matter, I take it you're still struggling? Though, I can see why that could lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself, That might have been true when I started my research. Oh, I take it that isn't the case now. I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Don't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime. Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though. Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor. Oh? Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job. Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean that you no longer have any need for immortality, then. Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research. For medical advancement, you understand. Think of it as doing my bit for society. A lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you mind your own business for a change? Well, there's not much we can say to that. We'll try to be more discerning from now on. I've already chosen my successor. No need to harp about it anymore. Already written up my will and passed it off to my lawyer. You be sure to let your friends and the police know too. Okay. By the way, you're obviously not just some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you? Why, I believed I mentioned it when I've introduced myself. I'm just a simple housewife. A likely tale. Plus, that fellow next to you has also got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he? My, how observant of you. I suppose you could say that, yes.
He's so mad.
Doesn't take a genius to see it. One of them phony psychic types, are you? Phony? Yeah, hit a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind around lately. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you. You seem to have quite the chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina. Don't know if it's because of this occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks get taken in by that tripe. Spiritual phenomena, the supernatural, aliens, cryptids, lost civilizations, extrasensory perception, the list goes on. Such unexplainable phenomena are quick to take on a life of their own. A plesiosaur named Nessie living in Loch Ness, sightings of mythical creatures like the Tsuchinoko or Hibagon, the urban legends of the Kuchisake Onna and Hanako-san, television reports of spoon-bending psychics, documentaries featuring spirit photography and UFOs that become the talk of the school the next day. These are only a few examples of stories that have captivated the public's interest. Magazines specializing in paranormal phenomena continue to thrive, with no end to the craze in sight. It's always surprising to me how far Nessie actually is known, like specifically. Because there's a lot of other loch monsters as well. Or even like outside of Scotland, there's a lot of lake monsters that are very, very similar. And obviously they're all like fucking taken from Nessie, really. But I don't know, it's really interesting to me that that specifically seems to have escaped containment. Compared to other Scottish mythology as well, like wolvers or something, you know? That Wakamura over on Kamishima is one of them. Talk about a waste of potential. Wakamura? Or like, brownies or bogies. I don't know. It's interesting to me. Can't say I care much about who you are anymore. You go around with some funny psychic tells me all I need to know. How dare you? Soto, calm down. He can think what he wants.
It's okay, Soto. You're a real psychic, Soto. You don't have to be offended.
There is one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality. And what would you know about that? Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but there seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. Leprechauns are also pretty popular. Those aren't Scottish, though. Those are Irish. All I wanted to say was that it's just a legend. It has no basis in reality at all. Leprechaun. Yeah, that's how it's spelled. The second one. How can you be so sure? Just think about it. If that legend were true, wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found? Yeah, who's to say they aren't just living and hiding? Who's to say they aren't just, Death Becomes Her, where they're just stuffed in like a bunker or whatever. I don't know, I haven't actually watched Death Becomes Her. The legend of Yaobikuni is passed down in over 100 places across Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has ever been found to show for it. So you may say all those legends were fake. Please. If even just one of those tales is true, there's always a chance there's an immortal hiding away somewhere. I see. You really are quite the dreamer, aren't you? I figured you were trying to bluff me out of that mermaid course for some reason or other. But now I'm sure of it. That thing's hiding some sort of secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out. I think we just want to investigate our case, man. God, the facial expressions are so perfect. Seriously. So you admit you have the mermaid corpse, then? I guess, like, Cat Shi is relatively well known, but I don't think his, like, actual mythology is. I think he's just, like, the name is well known, you know? And people don't even know it's pronounced as Cat Shi. I think it's Kate Sith. No, don't worry. We assumed as much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in sort of a mummified state, no? And I doubt he'll be eating it as is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over. Huh. So you can hog it for yourself? You don't fool me that easily. You don't think that a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of a proper research institute? I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved. I suppose so. I'll make sure that mermaid gets studied properly. Don't you worry about that. By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts. If I'm not mistaken. Kate Seth likes a Jedi, yeah. It's my one massive fucking criticism I have for Square Enix. Well, I mean, I have plenty of criticisms for Square Enix. But, like, I genuinely really dislike that they made it so that Kate Sith is the well-known quote-unquote pronunciation for Ketchi. Because considering Scottish Gaelic is already a very, very endangered language, and they're just, like, removing ability for people to genuinely do research about it. Because they know that it's a popular character. They know that. I don't know, I think it's really irresponsible of them that they confirmed that the correct pronunciation was Kate Sith. No, the fuck it isn't. I'm not calling him that. His name is Ketshi. Thank you very much. This doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk about. I was wondering if you happen to recognize the person in the sketch. It seems he lived in the Isashima area around 6 years ago. Nope, never seen him. I assume you've heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed. This is a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea who it could be? First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me. Who might this Wakamura be? Wakamura, he's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge of Kamishima. Used to have high hopes for that one, but that all changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo. A phony sorcerer in Tokyo? You heard, right? Since then, there's been no end to its nonsense. Buying properties down in the mountains, changing company names, all because of something the sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me the layout of my house was unlucky and tried to get me to renovate the place. Just recently he was going on about some curse causing a big storm. That sort of rubbish. A storm caused by a curse, you say? You said the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. But I'm done with him and his ramblings. And it's clearly a lost cause. He'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over on Kamishima. I see. So even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult. And you do? I figure someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. I read unsolved crimes. Criminals can just pull out curses left and right. Indeed. You won't find me disagreeing there. So, what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse? Well, if I remember, why don't you go to Kamishima and ask the man yourself? Maybe we will. Thank you for the information. Is there anything you can tell us about the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is so devoted to? Wakamura went on about how there's some big shot who appeared on television. I never heard of him. As I said, just ask him yourself. Of course, we'll be sure to do so. I'll make sure that mermaid gets studied properly, don't you worry about that. Okay. Do you have anything to say? No? Think. After looking into the corpse of the mermaid found earlier this morning, seems highly likely that it was taken into the custody of Mr. Yamashina here. He's quite the big shot around here, with plenty of weight to throw around both politically and financially. Of course, all the local police know of him, and of his moniker, Kakudono. We had to get one of the higher-ups to act as an intermediary to even get a meeting with him. Personally, I'm happy as long as we can get the mermaid course back from him. Although I certainly wouldn't complain if he could tell us anything about the curse as well. I hear he's quite the curmudgeon, so we'll have to watch our step when dealing with him. We giving me anything now? How about this then? If you agree to give up the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and her immortality. Which suggests to me you found something you consider quite conclusive. What do you want about now? Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most other people. Ma'am, are you sure? It's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see. You don't say, and? Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant human immortality. Ha! I knew it. More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals. So they have a lifespan of 800 years? That's right. As the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately. Sounds like a real blessing. No, I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse mermaids placed upon humans. A curse? Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It's a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of those who have become 800-year immortals have found happiness. Not one. It renders living among other humans impossible and makes them an outcast from society. Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable. But after that, every meeting ends in a parting. You outlive whomever you love or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will only be for a time. You will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years. 800 years unable to die, with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yabikuni did. Well, I suppose that makes sense. Still, there will always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be. You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are also certain conditions that must be met for this curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal. Oh, and what exactly are these conditions? Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not aware of the specifics there myself. A person who has gained an 800-year lifespan after being cursed by a mermaid. Someone who ingests part of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a being known as an 800-year immortal. Once cursed, the individual's own body is lost, and a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Their soul is then transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control as if it were their own, with their consciousness presiding over both their soul and body from the head. As such, they could already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. If the individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will instantly be restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. In the event they lose any body parts, their heart will treat the largest remaining part of them as their main body and regenerate any lost parts from there, with the removed parts subsequently vanishing. This even occurs in the event the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally. As these people feel physical sensations and pain to the same extent as they would have in their original body, it is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is an 800-year immortal or not unless they die, even for the individual themselves. The lifespan of this provisional body is 800 years from the time of its creation. Due to the individual's original body already being lost, not even the mermaid responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years have passed. Interesting. But I can say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid. Huh? Bullshit, ain't no way that's anything other than a mermaid. What I mean to say is that mummy is a different being from the mermaids who wield this curse. Not all half-fish, half-human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same names will lead to mishaps like this one. Say what? You mean to tell me that's not a mermaid? The real mermaids are a completely separate thing? That's right, which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal. Seems like you weren't bluffing after all. So what is that thing then? There's gotta be some reason you're after it. I imagine that even if you had it dissected and examined, all results would point to it being just a mass of fibers. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that, you see. That mummy is merely the corpse of an average human, twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the forsaken fish. What? Another curse? Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens. That would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see now why we'd rather you handed the mermaid over to us. The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely even you're not so hard-hearted as to deny them that. Curses this, curses that. It's all a bunch of hokum if you ask me. As said, the report I got from the Research Institute earlier said exactly the same thing. Oh my, I take it you already had the mermaid dissected then. They said it was likely a fake, but asked if I wanted them to keep going anyway.
He's so upset.
Well, I told them to keep at it, but It should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse. Least of all information on immortality. When you consider handing it over. Of course, we could always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse. Alright, have your way. I'm so glad you've come around. Thank you for your cooperation.
Never underestimate a housewife. Good God.
I'll give you the mermaid, but in exchange, I want you to tell me one thing. What is it? You see there are real mermaids out there. Where are these real mermaids hiding, then? I suppose you could call it the Eternal World. The Eternal World? Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is Ryugu, the domain of the sea god. Ryugu? And how'd you get there? I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human. Huh. You could claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like hokum. That said, the entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Issei Sea. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in the area's long history. Which is why Issei Bay has its share of mermaid legends too. Now that you mention it, I have heard one of those stories too. Some old tale about mermaids being found on some long lost island called Taishima or the like. What? Wait a moment, where did you hear that story? Aha! Caught your interest, have I? Looks like this story has some merit to it after all. I'm simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name I've come across in any historical records. Taishima, an island said to have previously been located to the south of Kamishima. As it has long since vanished, it is sometimes referred to as Taishima or Lost Island. No official records remain, and it remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in tales passed down between residents of the Iseshima area. Legends say the island was besieged by someone 400 years prior, and the curse of the murdered islanders caused the entire island to sink. Okay. It's just something I heard from one of the young'uns I have out there looking for mermaids. I see. Sounds like you've got a capable young hand. I don't suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual. Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids. Every last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it that. It's clear you're no ordinary housewife after all. Ugh. Not interested? This meeting is over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police as promised. But I don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine. I'm sure they'll be really pleased about that. Okay, back to Issei City. Hey there, you two. Sorry for calling you out here when you're so busy. I figured it would be best to give you the rundown on our findings as soon as possible. It's no problem. Go ahead. And what have we here? Oh, this is a poster advertising Kamishima. Something better catch your eye? No, I was just thinking. Surely it would be better to put it somewhere tourists will actually see it. Good point. Maybe they had some posters left over. Interested in Kamishima, are you? It's a nice place. Great tourist spot too. I recommend it. This is one of Issei City's residential districts. Right now, the ground is so hot the air around it seems to be shimmering. Ah! God, it's too tall, man! Too tall! Despite the heat, Soto looks as unruffled as ever. I do hope he isn't just pretending to be alright. Especially because he's wearing a dark cloak. To be fair, it's probably reasonably breezy underneath it, but it's still dark. Let's hear what Detective Ide has to say. I'm really curious on what this is gonna end up being for, in actuality. Of course, assuming it's not just for the fucking stickers, but I don't think it is, because I think the other characters would have it too. And it just seems to be her. Wondering about my suit, are you? It's just a cheap old thing. Sorry I don't have anything more presentable. About Yamashina. So, did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina? Yes, thank you again for your help there. It seems he's willing to hand the body over without any fuss. Really? That's great. Still, why would some big shot tycoon go to all that trouble to withhold a body? If everything I've heard is true, you could probably take him in on charge of desecrating a corpse, you know? Or was there something special about that corpse? How observant of you, Detective. I can, of course, explain if you'd like to know more. Wait a second, is it related to that secret department of yours? I think I'm better off not knowing if so. Oh, really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold. Ma'am, please stop trying to rope her into helping us. I've never met the guy, but I hear he's quite a cranky old geezer. How'd your meeting go? I'll bet he was pretty wary of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he? Well, I'm not sure you can say it went smoothly, but I don't think we upset him at least. Probably. You, don't sound very sure about that. Oh, right, that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So I got all hands on deck to go around asking about the sketch you gave me. We finally found someone who recognized the victim. Oh, that's great news. The person who recognized him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Apparently, the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city. So 7 years ago he was 19, no? From the sounds of it, the guy had no relatives to speak of. Left the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. Didn't know what happened to him after that. I see. That would make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did we get a name for our mystery man? Sure did. His name is Kippei Ikoma. Kippei Ikoma. I looked him up in the residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumano to Ise City 7 years ago. But it seems he didn't live at the place he put as his address anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and we've seen that about 6 years ago. The landlord had his contract terminated after he failed to both pay his rent and return to his apartment for several months straight. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid. Wow, shitty landlord. Good God. If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains. We'll keep looking into Ikoma and see if he was involved in anything that might have led to his murder. Jeez, no. Fuck no. It's like, no wellness check, no nothing. Damn. Cold ass landlord. Of course, there's always the possibility we've got the wrong guy, so we'll keep asking around just in case. Please do. Testimonies indicate that the individual in this sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kippei Ikoma, who went missing 6 years ago. He has no known relatives. I feel like we've heard that name already. Did we hear that name already? No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just imagining it. I don't know. The woman who we spoke to said that the sketch was really accurate. No doubt in her mind it was Ikoma. Well, that accurate. Then I'm sure we've got the right person. Still, how did you even make that sketch? There's nothing left of the victim but bones. Well, let's just say it's classified for now. Right, guess that means I shouldn't pry any further. About Somikawa. Oh yeah, I also looked into that lady you were asking about, Somikawa. Oh yes, did you find anything? Well, it seems she hasn't registered as a resident even though she moved here 5 years ago. And nothing came up for Somikawa in the civil registry either. So I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from. Sorry to disappoint. I see. Is that quite common? Happens. It's not unheard of for folks from the countryside to come here for work and just drift on with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently, it was really common during the post-war growth period. It seems we have quite the mystery woman on our hands. Yep. There is something I've been wondering about. Oh, let's hear it. You have some idea of who she might be? Well, have you heard of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster? This big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back. I have, yes. One of the victims of that disaster was an ama diver and housewife from Kamishima by the name of Mari Mitakuchi. It seems her maiden name was Sobakawa. So our mystery woman shares a surname with a maritime disaster victim. I'm impressed you managed to dig that up. Yeah, I was already looking into the Kamishima disaster because of the skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence, if anything. Oh, so you thought they might be related too? I'm glad it wasn't just me. Anyway, it seems like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking. Wait, are you saying... Yep. I was thinking Mari Mitakuchi could have survived the disaster 5 years ago. And you think she then moved to Ijika and started going by her old name of Somikawa again? That's right. What do you think? It seems like a long shot, but maybe. If that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ijika for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family? Maybe she lost her memories in the disaster. Right, if she only had her old memories to rely on, it wouldn't be that odd if she went back to using her old name. Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It is difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years. It's possible she just never ran into anyone she knew. That kind of thing's more likely than you'd think. Yeah, but... I don't know, there's a lot of... They mentioned earlier, like, a lot of people go to the mainland for school, right? That's not necessarily Tokyo, that's usually, like, a boarding school. I think they said in Nisei City, so that makes it feel kind of unlikely. Oh, speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mari Mitakuchi from a report on the disaster. I haven't met Somikawa myself, so could you take a look for me and let me know what you think? Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. What do you think, Soda? If she had aged 5 years and grown badly gone, I can certainly see how this woman might come to resemble Miss Somikawa. My thoughts exactly. So you agree it's a pretty solid theory? It's certainly worth looking into, yes. But if she really is Mari Mitakuchi, there's something else that concerns me. Something else? This is just what I've heard. It seems like the islanders of Kamishima think this Mari Mitakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago. What? Why do they think that? No idea, but it seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most of the folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is a sort of taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be that odd if she felt she couldn't go back home because of that. Surely not. Seems as good a reason as any why she wouldn't want to come forward anyway. If she really is related to the storm 5 years ago, she's a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first. Can I leave talking to Miss Somikawa to you two then? We'll handle that, yes. Think. So people believe this Mari Mitakuchi called forth the Curse of the Raging Waves 5 years ago, do they? I didn't expect the Curse of the Raging Waves to come up here, of all places. Wait. That's it. I remember now. The sole survivor of Taishima, his surname was Somikawa. There's something else about Somikawa. A wooden box? Surely that'd be too much of a coincidence. Well, that's about all I had to report. Thank you, Detective. That was very informative. As for our next move, can we ask you to keep looking to Kibe Ikoma for us? Roger that. Let's see if we can find Somikawa again and hear what she has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamishima will have to wait until tomorrow. So it seems. Oh yeah, business on Kamishima too? That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes. But now we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that will have to come first. And here I was hoping to get this over with as soon as possible so I could get back home to my husband. I see. You sure are devoted to your husband. Oh, very much. Though I do worry because he never eats properly when I'm not around. In any case, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it is just something out of the ordinary happening, anything could be of help. Sure, will do. You're kind of making me worried something might actually happen now. I'd certainly prefer it if it didn't. Anyway, we're counting on you, Detective. Back to the coast. I think once we finish this section, we'll probably finish up for today. It's getting quite late. Bad news, ma'am. It seems we're a step too late. What do you mean? It seems someone came and took that Samokawa woman out to sea just a few minutes ago. What? According to the witness, a foreign man came to the port with Miss Samokawa in tow. They then boarded a motorboat that was moored there and headed out into the bay. It didn't appear to be by force, so we can probably assume they knew each other. A foreign man? Not sure what's going on, but we should probably get a boat and follow just in case. Yes, let's see if... Ugh. Seto, what's wrong? The spiritual force is overwhelming. Ooh. We get cursed? My body won't move. What's going on? Ugh. Oh, we are getting cursed. That girl over there, is she doing this? You can withstand this curse. You really are quite strong, mister. Sorry, but I can't let you go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. Vtuber Numa. Guardian Spirit, grant me the wisdom of the Numas. Oh, hi, Guiding Spirit, light my path ahead. It seems like they've saved us the effort of searching for them. So it seems. Let's see if this girl could tell us what we want to know. Oh god. Are we fucking duking it out with this little girl? Who are you? I could ask the same of you. What do you want with Miss Samokawa? You know who Miss Samokawa is, do you? Maybe. What's it to you? Ma'am, this girl's spirit sense is extremely potent, but she lacks experience. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people. If I have an opening, I can use my curse binding to restrain her. Usually still risky to use on ordinary people, but that shouldn't apply here. Why would you say that out loud? Alright, I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her, so this is as good an opportunity as any. I'll see if I can get her to lower her guard. When she wavers, I'll signal for you to use the curse of binding. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. On your signal. Oh god. Use Sotokiryu's curse of binding to restrain your opponent when they let their guard down. That's to use curse button and signal him to use it. You only have 3 chances to use the curse. Oh fuck. Give up. Shit. I don't think threatening would help. Appease? Now, there's no need to be so uptight. How about we stop all this and just talk a bit? Not happening. You're just gonna use a curse the moment I drop my focus. You certainly have remarkable strength for your age. Why, it might even be too much for us. What's with the sun and praise? You're creeping me out. Ugh, it's too good. It's no good. She's too wary of us. It seems I'll have to press her further before she'll give us an opening. Ah. Can you assume the foreign man who took Miss Samokawa as a friend of yours then? So what if he is? Why are you trying to follow them? What do you want with Miss Samokawa? I can say the same to you. You just want the relic for yourselves, don't you? What? You know about the relic? If you know about the relic, I'm afraid we can't let you get away. Get away? I'm the one holding you here. We'd rather not be heavy-handed about this either. Let's calm down and find some other way to resolve this, Sorry, but that won't work on me. I'm a rebellious age, you see. You certainly have remarkable strength for your age. It might even be too much for us. Give up. Alright, we'll back off and leave you be. How's that sound? That didn't work either. She really isn't letting her guard down. Sorry, Soto. So this is our last chance? Fuck. You're just trying to get me to drop my guard, aren't you? Not happening. Got it? If you resist anymore, we'll have you taken in for obstruction of public duties. Wait, you're with the police? Yeah. Despite appearances, yes, defying us can net you quite the heavy punishment. I see. You must be from Paranormal Affairs. And I definitely can't do what you say. What? Rude. You have quite some nerve standing up to us despite knowing where we're from. Don't think you'll get off lightly for this. Threatening me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency, right? You're also with Paranormal Affairs, then? Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. I suppose this is trouble's secret departments. Not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother. Okay. Just gonna have to keep cooking things. So we're both from Paranormal Affairs, are we? Let's talk. Perhaps there's some way we can help. I told you I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of your business anyway. Even knowing we're from Paranormal Affairs, you kept a straight face and hid your ties. I can tell you're both bold and smart. Thanks, I guess. Will you give up now? Wait, whoops. So you're with Paranormal Affairs, but you need the relic yourself, so you're unwilling to cooperate with us. Am I correct? If that's what you think, can you give up already? Fine. Alright, I understand where you're coming from. We won't interfere anymore. Soda, you can stop now. Ma'am? Really? Thanks. You grown-ups and your dirty tricks. You do well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. Now, will you tell us what you're up to here? Ugh. Well, I suppose I can slow you down enough. You'll never catch up to the boat now. I cast a starry, guide my path, and with thy merciful hand uphold me. What? She broke the binding. Bye-bye. Confound it. Stop right there. Looks like she's given us a slip. I doubt we'll be able to catch her now. Still, I'm gonna have to have a word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl. Devious adults is the Steam achievement. I put in a call to Paranormal Affairs about our errant young lady just now. I see. I assume she's indeed affiliated with them. Yes, it seems her name is Cersei Lunarlight. There's no fucking way that's her name. She is an exorcist from England who's come here on exchange, part of her spiritual training, as I understand. The Lunarlight family. I see. No, no fucking way. That is such a fake sounding name. Oh, are they well known? I've heard of them, yes. They're a distinguished family of exorcists. Quite an old one, too. It would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense. Right. In any case, it seems she's in the care of Paranormal Affairs while she's in Japan. Honestly, I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance. What is she doing here in Mie Prefecture? Well, it seems even Paranormal Affairs isn't sure what she's up to. They've been looking for her. And sad to think she's been skipping her training assignments to travel around Japan visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead. It doesn't seem like they're keeping an eye on her at all. Unfortunately not. They asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo at once when we next see her. I'd be so embarrassed. Yeah. Showed up by a fucking 12-year-old. I see. More work for us then. Yes, the things we find ourselves caught up in. She seemed to know about Somikawa too. I've got a bad feeling about all this. Shall we try looking for her? I imagine she's still in the area. No, not now. If all that is true, I doubt she'll be looking to cause too much trouble. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into each other again eventually. Well, I think that's enough trouble for one day. Let's call it a day. We'll head for Kamishima first thing tomorrow. Understood. And that's where we are now. Back to there. I think we'll pick this up next week, though. Because I think we'll get a bit long if we do another section. So I'm gonna switch over to the chatting screen. Yippee! All things said, we had a couple of blips, but it seems like things are better overall, I think. Hopefully tomorrow I can get the Ethernet thing sorted out. And hopefully that will be that for the weird instability, internet drop, blip, whatever things that keep happening. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Man, lots of people are on right now, actually, huh? Tomorrow, if I can find it, where is it? I also got a ping for some reason on Discord. I don't know who. Got a drawing stream tomorrow. Wowee. Oh, I'm moving the wrong thing. Oops. Yeah, we're doing a drawing stream tomorrow. Wee. I don't have the schedule up on the vertical stream, sorry. But yeah, drawing stream at 9 p.m. tomorrow. I think I have an idea of what I want to do on Friday, but I still need to figure out the time for it because I do have to be up early on Saturday. So yeah, but I might maybe perhaps play Final Fantasy 11 because there is the campaign going on this week. For playing for free, and I haven't played in a while, and I think that would be kind of fun. I don't know what the hell I'd be doing in Final Fantasy 11. I'm sure there's a ton of things to do which I have not done. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to open that in a new tab. Yeah, I've got a few things I'm wanting to work on. Yeah. I've got a couple things I want to work on tomorrow. I have some commissions. I have some stuff I want to do for convention stuff. I'm not sure which I'll do tomorrow. We'll see. I've left it quite ambiguous on the thumbnail. Just because I wasn't quite sure what I'd be getting up to. Because I have plenty of work to do. I just don't know what I want to do specifically on stream tomorrow. So, yeah. That being said... I don't know if I can be bothered to read out today. I'm kind of tired, and my throat's dry. I guess. I mean, I saw that Rain is on. Yeah, Rain is playing Peak right now.
Along with Laser. Shatter's on, but I think I rated Shatter after my debut, so yeah, I did. I did rate him after my debut, so I don't really want to necessarily rate him again today. I think we'll go right out to Rain. That seems decently chill. So yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow at 9 PM BST. And we're gonna draw. Yippee! Yeah, take care, guys. I'm gonna see if I can, get the internet shit sorted. Hopefully. Maybe. Perhaps. That would be nice. I'd like to fix that, if I can. So wish me luck with that. Smile. Let me start the raid. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye! Bye-bye!